And the first presentation will be from Ms. Olga Martanyuk, PhD in historical sciences, but she also specializes in some technical aspects. Olga works at the Kyiv Polytechnic University, and she's well versed in the history of technology and science, but at the same time, Olga researches the history of the bicycle and cycling and all the other associated facets. So Olga's presentation today will focus on cycling in the Soviet Union, and she will also talk a little bit about links between cycling and other transport modes. Olga, we are ready to start. The floor is yours. Thank you very much for the introduction. I just want to make one clarification. I research cycling mobility, so I don't really study the technical performance and characteristics of bicycles. I focus on cycling mobility, and I'm writing a book on the history of cycling mobility from 1890 through 1999. It's a study that I have been working on for a long time. 2 chapters of the book are already ready. And within my presentation today, I would like to present some of the findings of those chapters that have not been drafted yet. My task is to set a theoretical framework for the history of cycling mobility in the Soviet Union. So I will be very grateful for any feedback and inputs that you might have. But once again, this is a work in progress, so these are not really the final things that will be incorporated into my book. A couple of words about why this issue is worth researching. The history of cycling mobility is an area that is gaining momentum globally. There are multiple articles and publications on the history of cycling mobility, but up till now, these historical publications circulate in the Western world, in those parts of our globe where technical components are manufactured. In the US, there's a wide array of articles and publications on the history of the bicycle, the history of the car, the history of traffic development as a whole, and researchers also raise issues of traffic rights and rights on the road. Now there's this new way of publication on the history of cycling mobility in the third world countries, in the second world countries. Those countries where bicycles were not utilized to a large extent for a long time, or in those countries where bicycles were part and parcel of daily life, but were not really the focus of people's attention, like China and some other Asian countries. As for the history of cycling mobility in the Soviet Union, this topic was not researched in the past, so I'm basically the first researcher to take up this task. The key issue is to try and understand what the meaning of the bicycle was in the Soviet Union and whether the Soviet Union was bicycle friendly. On the one hand, the Soviet Union manufactured a large number of bicycles. Bicycle production was encouraged and ramped up, but on the flip side of things, we can see that cycling infrastructure back in the Soviet times did not really exist. By cycling infrastructure, I mean bike paths, bike lanes, bike service stations. And so this is the paradox that I try to address within my research. Let's start with some facts and numbers. You can see two charts where you can see the same thing, the trend of the production of bicycles, cars, and motorcycles in the Soviet Union. These are official statistics. I have sufficient grounds not to have faith in it because these numbers are underrated, but these are the only stats that we have at our disposal, so we have to use them as a starting point. We can see that the Soviet production started in the late 1920s. 20,000 bicycles were produced at a plant in Kharkiv. In the early 1930s, the mass production of bicycles commenced. You can see thousands and thousands of bicycles manufactured. 1932 marks the first increase in the number of bicycles produced, 125,000. This is the number of bikes produced at the Kharkiv plant. Before the beginning of World War II, this number continued going up, and then there was a short pause in the war period. Then we can see almost 3 million bikes after the war, and the turning point was in 1956 and the 20th Congress of the Communist Party, where Khrushchev berated the cult of Stalin. And during the official part of this Congress, Khrushchev talked about the importance of restoring production in the Soviet Union, and one of the indicators of the Soviet Union reverting to the normal was this number of 3 million bikes manufactured. In the 1950s and 1960s, the Soviet newspapers had a multitude of articles and stories about bicycles being integral to the daily life of Soviet citizens. Then the number of bicycles grew up to almost 6 million, and the number produced on an annual basis, so that was the peak number. In the late 1970s, the Kharkiv plant produced about 800,000 bicycles. In the early 80s, and a large number of these bikes were exported to the third world countries and the socialist bloc countries as well. Out of the 5.5 million bikes produced in the 1980s, 15 to 20% were exported. We can also see that cars and motorcycles remained, but in smaller quantities. The Soviet Union did not cherish this ambition of providing each citizen or household with a car. This goal was deemed unattainable, and in the 1980s, a little bit upwards of 1 million cars were produced on an annual basis. And before that, the Soviet car manufacturing did not even amount to 1 million. So not everyone was able to purchase a car even if they wanted to. This quantity is not really an objective indicator. The Soviet Union produced mostly road mail bikes. It's an important factor because all the other types of bicycles were in scarcity. And this is something that was indicated and documented by the Soviet officials in the official documents. There was a drastic shortage of sporting bikes, female bikes, children's bikes. And here you can see a photograph of an adult road bike being used by children or some other people that are not really fit for this bike. Another important facet is the quality of the bikes produced in the Soviet Union. Despite the political censorship, complaints on the quality of bikes were published from the beginning of bike manufacturing and all the way until the 1980s. So those were official public complaints published in newspapers and magazines, and people hoped that these complaints would help improve the quality of bicycles and would put more responsibility on bicycle manufacturers. So such complaints were commonplace in the Soviet times. And of course, most of these complaints were grounded because the quality of bikes was quite poor until the late 1980s. Here you can see a caricature from the Perez magazine dating back to 1928. It was sort of the first complaint that I was able to find in the documents and materials. And this picture reflects a common problem back in those times. The problem was that you buy a bike and you need to have it fixed the next day, basically. That was related to the poor quality of bike components. Frames would bend and get deformed. The quality of spare parts was low as well. The threading would get broken, and there was issues with some other components and parts as well. And a lot of citizens would complain about this heaviness in the way bikes were rolling on the road. So the feeling of riding a bike was heavy. There was no smoothness and agility. It should be noted that after World War II, the Soviet Union received some German bike equipment as a trophy. I was able to find an archival case in the Russian archives of economy, and that case was related to the Soviet plants receiving some equipment from the German ones. The Kharkiv plant received about 32 train carriages. I was not able to identify the German plant that lent that equipment. The name of the plant was Zoldin, but unfortunately I was not able to find any information on the specific bike components and equipment that was brought into the Soviet Union. The point is that the Soviet Union started using the German equipment for bicycle manufacturing after World War II, but unfortunately the quality did not improve that much because high quality bike manufacturing would have required more responsibility and commitment on the part of the workforce. Why do I place so much emphasis on the quality? Because the quality of bicycles determined the nature of cycling mobility. People had to fix their bikes from day one, basically, which was a tall order because spare parts and components were scarce. Bike manufacturers did not really produce components and spare parts. There were no cycling service stations. Therefore, if you needed to repair your bike, you had to pull some strings, you had to know where to look for a specific component or spare part that you needed, and you also needed to possess some informal knowledge and expertise in how to fix a bike without required equipment and components. In new space, the poor quality of Soviet bikes was explained by high-speed manufacturing, but everyone knew that it was also related to a high theft rate and the negligence of the workforce. At this point, I would like to transition to the issue of bike ownership in the Soviet Union. I believe that it's unique to the Soviet Union. You will not really find it in any other country. The Soviet ideology definitely had an enormous impact on the nature of cycling mobility and other types of mobility as well, and the way bikes were disseminated. It all started back in the early 1930s when bike production amounted to over 100,000 bikes per year. Those bicycles were much needed, they were in demand, people were looking forward to them. This is something that I found out in the Russian archival materials. In the early 1930s, the top Soviet management, Stalin, Molotov, Kuibyshev, Voroshilov, personally signed some documents where they set an allocation of bicycles among the population. There was this market fund and non-market fund. From the market fund, bikes were distributed among the Soviet entities like the party, police, or militia back then, and some sports organizations. Bikes were also issued for public lotteries and as awards for Stakhanov high performers. So these bikes did not really circulate on the market. They were not really free for sale and purchase. The Soviet management decided themselves which regions and cities would get more bikes. And in the early 1930s, the top management would distribute most bikes to Moscow, Leningrad, Kharkiv, and some other large cities. The documents of the 1930s demonstrate that the Donbass received a large number of bikes as well, but most of these bikes were not expensive. They were of poor quality, but still the bike back then was always a product of deficit. So if you had a bike in your property, then usually it meant some privileges. And the Soviet power would also place blame for the wrong use of bicycles. Here you can see a caricature from the Crocodile magazine. This is a picture right after the Great Famine, when the Soviet management would try to provide some supplies. And you can see that this Soviet official, instead of using the bike for the well-being of the Soviet Union, he's just riding around for fun and leisure. And this culture could jeopardize the future of those people who would use a bike to run their own errands and not to do some good causes for the good of the Soviet Union. In the 1930s and during World War II, one could use a bike only within approved official scenario. So you were not really able to use a bike as a transport mode to attend to some of your needs or run your errands. The bike was somewhere in the middle in this mobility spectrum. You had the right to use a bike, but it was not really your private property. And it all started in 1919 when Lenin, by his decree, announced the mobilization of bicycles for the needs of the Red Army. And in 1990, most of these bikes were appropriated. This decree was not formally revoked. And in the 1920s and 30s, each bicycle user was aware of the fact that basically they were not really full-fledged owners of their bikes. If needed, these bikes could be mobilized again, and that's what happened in 1939 when all the bikes were collected for the needs of the Red Army again. Moreover, when the German occupational regime came to power, a new wave of confiscation was swept Galicia. Um, all bicycles were taken away from citizens, which was deemed legal by the Third Reich. But in other parts of the country, this confiscation was implicit or concealed, and very often these bikes found themselves in the hands of militia officers.
And then in the 1930s, there was no concept of private property ownership to the bikes. There's a shared culture of bicycle use. Here you can see sports organizations from Kozaten and Berdichev. You can see people riding the same bikes, using the same uniforms. Sometimes you see there are more people than the bikes, more users than the bikes, and therefore they take turns. The bicycle doesn't belong to them, but the bicycles are in demand, they are much wanted, and it is considered that to learn how to ride a bike, to be able to use it for sports or for work, this is everybody is entitled to it, but you also should share your bike. So here is an promotional poster or propaganda poster. There are many interesting pieces of advice, useful pieces of advice, but if you read the fine print at the bottom, which is not easy here, I realize, you could draw a conclusion that in 1930s the bike doesn't transfer into a means of transportation for a worker, because there's simply not enough bikes to provide them with to provide the workers with bicycles as means of transport, as one could have witnessed in Germany and generally in the countries to the west. But there is a certain culture of worksmen collective rights, sports rights, and taking turns in order to use these bikes. In 1935 and in 1959, there were projects for bike sharing stations. In 1935 in Kyiv, in Komsomol organization, this idea was promoted, but at that time the senior officials decided against it. They said that bicycles are in greater need by the army, and then in 59 this idea was once again discussed during the Communist Party Congress. They said that the bicycles should be available to be rented out for a particular period of time or for a longer while, but these ideas never came to pass. And if you take a look at the Soviet cities, at their infrastructure, at the architecture back from Khrushchev times, The architectural design from back then doesn't allow room for bicycle path, for bicycle parking stations. The cities do not become any friendlier in terms of bike riding, but there were certain points in time when it seemed that it could have been possible, especially at the apex of Khrushchev reign at the end of 1950s. We were able to see certain ideas concerning how Khrushchev apartments could be adapted or adjusted to the needs of cycling. We can see a couple of articles in the magazines Pravda and Izvestia that criticize this Khrushchev architectural culture, and theoretically this culture of bike riding could have appeared, could have emerged back then. There was not enough effort or resource to make it possible, but it seemed that at that time at least nobody opposed riding bicycles, not only public transport. And then in 1970s, where there was a fuel crisis in the West, and some countries are taking a shift towards green transportation. The Netherlands get their first bike paths. The US also elaborate the bike paths as a response to the fuel crisis, but the USSR emerges from this crisis as a winner, and therefore the shift is not taken towards the green means of transportation. The public transportation, motorized vehicles are still in focus, but still in 1970s we can witness certain criticism aimed at transportation infrastructure. In Crocodile newspaper, and the article offers criticisms about the possibility for cyclists to park anywhere, to leave the bike by a grocery store, or they cannot travel with a bike to work. And this criticism is also in a way could be deciphered from other articles dedicated to the description of life in other countries like Vietnam, China, India, the US. And quite often the articles say that people use bikes there more in these countries, but there's a certain explanation also offered, saying that Vietnam population is poor, so they ride bikes. But in the States, the tendency to use motor vehicles destroyed all the nature in the United States, and so the exhaust fumes are ruining nature, so people are forced to shift to bikes. Starting 1950s, the bikes are becoming more and more popular in small towns and villages, where there are no high-rise buildings, where there's not that many problems with parking, where there's no public transportation, and therefore the bike is not just an individual means of transport, but it can also meet other economic needs, perform other economic tasks. And if you recall the song about Lisa Pat, you will find that bike is not about only going somewhere and doing something, but also it's meant to bring something or bring somebody. So in villages and towns, it's a way to expand micromobility, where neighboring villages or towns become more accessible to you because you can hop on and ride to the market. It's a very extensive phenomenon, but at the same time it's nearly impossible to research it without involving oral history into it, oral history component. And at that time, when general public start riding bikes, the newspapers quit talking about bicycles. The bicycle becomes invisible in the newspaper sources. It's not researched, it's not no surveys are taken, there are no data available, so the bicycle is available, it's on sale, and you go ahead and use it the way you want. So the way bike was used in the village, where it's also an object of bike sharing of the Soviet type, when a bike is used by different members of one household, and it's also repaired collectively with a shared knowledge from the community. The use of bicycles in the culture, it also works as a way to explain the Soviet paradox, why there are many bikes but no infrastructure. In 1920s, we see that avant-garde group members like Kaufmann, Pidmohelny, Johansson, and Meller, a lot of opinion leaders, especially in Kharkiv, they ride bikes, especially Ukraina bikes, the newer ones, but also the old pre-revolution bikes. They do not necessarily write about bikes. For instance, Pidmohelny's characters walk, or they take public transportation. With Mike Johansson, a bike is something like a transportation that can take you to the plane. So then Soviet culture of the 1920s is looking to the future, looking to the technological utopia, and it envisions planes, tanks, and so on, and bicycles are a thing of the past for them, even though in reality in 1920s the USSR didn't even really have a well-oiled production system. So in the culture back then, it wasn't in high demand. It was like it was less significant than a car, or or less significant than a motorcycle. And in 1920s, 1930s, it's viewed from the perspective of culture as a means to do sports, as a way to set records, as a way to demonstrate your strength. There are many bike marathons organized in 1920s and 30s. Travin was the one who organized a bike marathon all across the USSR. So Travin is similar to Stakhanov in terms of his attitudes, but on a bike. So he set a record in terms of the length of his trip. There were also Ludmilsky and Medushevsky, but I would need to look additionally into the legacy they left behind. From 60s to 80s, the bicycle is viewed and used actively in small cities, towns, and villages, but it's hardly mentioned in the literature, but later it's described in children's literature as a child's toy, and there's a lot of children's books that come out in this period of time that explain how to ride bikes. And at the end of 80s, new exciting authors appear, like Sergei Okhlubinin, and a Ukrainian author you might have heard of him, Viktor Maslow, if you perhaps know him personally, because I'm looking for a way to meet him. He published a book in Veselka Publishing House. I'm writing myself in a way where he criticizes Soviet state. In a way, he says that a bicycle is a useful tool. It's very environmentally friendly, and environmental topic is high on agenda because of Chernobyl, because of all the mining accidents, and therefore at the end of 1980s, these words of criticism could be deciphered in the lines of children's literature. And also there are some hints of anti-utopia, that the bike of the future will transform into a solar car, that it could become a green means of transportation in the future. It's already useful and friendly, but it could still be transformed and taking up a level. So these books, examples of children's literature, it advocates the idea of self-discipline. So it says basically that if you have a bike and your friend doesn't have a bike, how would you navigate this situation? How would you share the bike? How not to go too far, not to ride too far. So basically it's about bicycle using and responsibility, the leitmotif of children's literature, 1960s through 1980s. Conclusions. What I want to say, firstly, is that different status was assigned to bicycle during different periods of time in the USSR. It was taken as a transportation mean in the times when it was expropriated in 1919. It was seen as a means of transportation. In the times of Second World War, it was seen as a transportation means, but outside these times it was not viewed as a means of transport. And I used word search to research all the reports from the Communist Party congresses, and transport was largely meant to mean things like a railway or cargo, and it was any vehicle that transports a lot of passengers, while a bicycle would have been described differently, and it did not fall within any definitive category. It could have been used as a means of doing sports, or just an object of household. So the status that was assigned to a bike was different in different periods of time, and at the same time there was a great shortage of bicycles all along the history, and especially it played a prominent role in the areas where there was insufficient public transportation, and especially at the territories, more remote territories, where families lived in separate houses. And having been a winner in the fuel crisis, the USSR did not shift to green solutions in transportation, and I suppose this significantly influenced the infrastructural heritage that we have taken over. Finally, we can see here Lenin on a bike. This is a rare picture, and it also is an illustration of a Soviet paradox around the bikes, because Lenin in reality was an active cyclist, and being in immigration in Poland, in Switzerland, he was a cycling enthusiast. He used a bike as a means of transport there. He used it to deliver letters to different post offices, to make sure he doesn't use one post office. So for him, it was an important resource for his undercover activities, and in 1919 he expropriated the bikes for the benefit of the Red Army, believing that they could be used for the revolutionary fight, but this was never remembered. So this memory of Lenin somehow ousted the fact that Lenin rode the bike. There was not an image of Lenin riding a bike that would have been accepted, because perhaps the bike didn't seem worthy enough. It used to be a bourgeois sign in pre-revolutionary times, and then later in 40s, 50s, and 60s, a bike was not something that would have been considered prestigious enough. So this is quite a paradox, because Lenin was an active cyclist, but this idea was silenced. And basically this picture from a children's book doesn't tell us that Lenin rode the bike himself. It says that when Lenin lived in Paris, he gave a ride to the daughter of a governess in Paris, and the daughter did not have her own bike, so Lenin shared this privilege with the child of the governess, but Lenin himself basically is never described as a cyclist.
Thank you very much for my attention. I'm done with the presentation. You can see my email address on the screen. Should you have any questions, do not hesitate to contact me. Maybe you have the contacts of some interesting correspondents that I could survey for my research. Maybe you have some photographs, documented stories, memoirs. I'm always in touch. You can find me in social media. We still have about 7 minutes left, so I will be more than happy to answer any questions that you might have. Olha, thank you very much for your report. Whenever talking about the present, we always need to go back to the past, because we need to go back to our origins and to our roots. So let's have a Q&A session. Are there any questions? I can see a lot of raised hands. Well, actually, we still have about 10 minutes left, so plenty of time for questions and answers. Ola, thank you very much for this insightful and instructive presentation. I don't really have a question, it's more of a comment about the Soviet history of bicycles and cycling. There was a neat cycling race from Odessa to Vladivostok. It's unique. It covered thousands and thousands of kilometers. I think it was conducted in the early 1920s, to the best of my memory, so maybe this is something that you can incorporate into your research and book as well. It's an interesting page in the Soviet history, and also some animated cartoons and movies in the Soviet Union, Cat Leopold and this postman on a bike. It's also an integral part of our cultural history of cycling. So maybe these are just some of the nuggets that you can add to your research, but the presentation was extremely stimulating. I would be more than happy to download it and use it for promotional purposes. Thank you, Olha. I have the following question. We engage in promoting cycling, and in this process we have to combat some myths and stereotypes with regard to bicycles and cycling. Some of them are endemic. You can find them in the US and in other countries. These are myths related to distances, that you have to be an athlete to bike. But in Ukraine, there's another myth swirling around, and this is something that you articulated in your presentation, that hard workers use the metro or subway to get to work. Once they have a higher income, they purchase a car and they drive to work, and they use a bike just for riding about, for fun and leisure. You know, like these are people who have nothing to do, they don't really have any job, and they they just take their bike and they ride around. So this is something that you floated into your presentation. I do understand that it's an ungrounded myth that has been floating in the air since the Soviet times. So maybe you can comment on the origin of this myth or the roots of this myth. Well, it's a very interesting aspect indeed. In the Soviet times, there were people who would use a bike to travel to work, like these postmen, healthcare workers, or like doctor assistants in the countryside, Mukachevo firefighters. Well, as for Mukachevo, that was not in the Soviet times. But anyway, it's true indeed that even in the Soviet times, people would use bicycles to go to work. This is something that I write about in my articles and publications. I have one big story covering 6 pages in my book. It's about Mr. Brozhenko, a rural teacher from Chernihiv region, and in the Soviet times he would bicycle to work. He was a school principal, but nonetheless he would cycle to the district center once a month to pick up the salaries for the entire school staff. So he would bicycle to the district center on a regular basis, and these are daily stories that you can find in my book. I focus on the bicycle as a transport mode, but there are some personal stories as well. As for the workforce of the 1930s, blue-collar workers back then could not really afford to purchase bikes and some other transport modes, and the Soviet regime could not really provide them with that opportunity. But these myths can be debunked. So in the 1930s, factory workers did not have bikes, but they really wanted to have one. When the German occupational regime came to power and took control of the local newspapers, they started publishing a series of articles encouraging Ukrainians to go to Germany for labor. Well, we know that Ukrainians were deceived, so they would go to Germany and they would have to work under really challenging conditions. But nonetheless, the German occupational regime would write in these articles that, you know what, our workers ride bicycles, so go ahead and travel to Germany, and you will definitely have your own bike because it's not expensive. It costs only 60 German marks. This is your salary of 2 months. You can even take out a loan and purchase a bike easily. And you will bicycle to your factory on nice concrete roads. So those were the images that the Germans would paint in newspapers and magazines. There was a multitude of propaganda articles that made these eloquent promises. And a lot of Ukrainians back then went to Germany with high expectations. They really hoped that they would be able to purchase a bike, high quality shoes, high quality coats, jackets, you name it. And if you have a look at the memoirs of Ostarbeiters, you will read about that. You know that they had all these high expectations, and then they found themselves disappointed because they worked in Germany. They could observe other people bicycling to the field or to the workshop, and this is something that they aspired towards as well. This myth reflects a drastic shortage of bicycles in the Soviet Union. So this myth is not really supported by the real desire of Ukrainians to have their own vehicle. Thank you very much for this interesting presentation. I would like to make a comment about postmen in Krugovy Rih in the early 1980s. Women who received some Soviet awards at workplace were given bicycles, for example, 60 bicycles. So women were granted female bicycles. There are even photographs. I can provide them to you. So that's what happened in Kryvyi Rih. We tend to think that Kryvyi Rih is not a city for cyclists, but there's this great story even back from the Soviet times. I also have a question. Are you planning to include a chapter in your book about how bicycles are being reintegrated into our daily life? We can see police officers on bikes, so bicycles are used again for work purposes. Thank you very much for this comment and proposal. Definitely send all the photographs that you have. If you have any useful context, maybe you have the names of those people, or maybe some other clues that can help me glean additional information, let me know, about especially female models of bicycles, because they were in shortage. As for the modern use of bicycles, I'm not really planning to write about that. I will stop at the 1990s. Well, my initial plan was to describe the existing history and then look forward, but I can see that I already have voluminous text, so I will definitely have to reduce the number of chapters and the number of pages. It will be up to some other researchers to take on this task. Well, thank you very much. I'm pretty much sure that you still have a lot of questions, but you can do that during a coffee break. So make a mental note of any questions that you still have and approach Olha during a coffee break. Thank you once again. Just a reminder that I will be more than happy to receive any nuggets of information or ideas from the cycling community. If you place your hands on any useful materials, please forward them to me. You can easily find me on Facebook and other social networks. I will really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, Olha. I'm looking forward to the publication of her book, and I'm an active promoter of her research. I'm 100% positive that the cycling community and activists in Ukraine will be the reliable media partners of this book. I fully agree that the understanding of the historical context can broaden our understanding. We are accustomed to viewing a bicycle as a means of freedom, and in the context of Soviet restrictions and constraints, we can see that the bike was also a means of freedom even back then. Let's transition to the next item of our agenda. If you have just joined us, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Anastasia Makarenko. I'm the CEO of the U-Cycle organization. We established the Veloforum as a conference a long time ago, and this is the 12th conference of this sort. This year it's taking place in the city of Uzhhorod. We're really happy that despite the pandemic we can physically gather. We also have local hubs in Odessa, Kramatorsk and Berdyansk, and we also have online streaming, which means that all lectures and presentations and workshops will be available online. Our entire program will be available to a wider public, and we really hope that our recordings will be used by people within their projects in the future as well, those projects that are aimed at making changes and transformation. So let's move on. I want to give the floor to Sofia Olinik. She is a program coordinator from the Heinrich Böll Foundation, the office of this foundation in Ukraine. A couple of words about the foundation. They are a partner of this year's Veloforum, but in the past 5 or 6 years, the foundation has been supporting us, so they have been our reliable and long-standing partner. The foundation actively supports cycling. With the support of the foundation, we conducted a strategic section, and we founded a Ukrainian cycling network with its values. Sofia is going to be talking on green values and cycling. Whenever we bring up the issues of cycling, we don't really focus that much on green values, but they are the centerpiece of our agenda anyway. But I really want us to rely more on green values. You will hear more about the historical context from Sofia. These green values emerged 40 years ago. They were developed by the Green Party of Germany that made it into the Parliament of Germany back then. So it's all about social equity, gender equality, sustainable development. By promoting our cycling agenda, we can also espouse these values and views. I guess we will receive more clarity from Sofia's presentation because in reality we all are fervent promoters of green values. I really hope that Sofia's presentation will be useful for you. I'm also an ambassador of the Ukrainian Catholic University, so for me it's all about values. This is something that we ground our work in. This is something that we rely on. This is something that creates a system of coordinates for us. Values help us make decisions in tough times and be true and honest to ourselves in the first place. So I really hope that the green agenda will help us remain in this appropriate, value-based framework. And I really hope that through green values we will promote the right story about sustainable development, because basically this is the heart of the cycling movement. So Sofia, the floor is yours. Ask your questions. As you can see, our program today is more visionary, less about infrastructure, more about the vision. This is something that cannot be quantified, but it matters anyway because this is the basis for whatever we do. Thank you, Sofia. Well, thank you. What about the mic and the sound? Is it far, maybe too close? Because I didn't really have a good experience yesterday with the mic, so just checking. Good morning, everyone. My name is Sofia Olinik, and Nastya has already introduced me. During the next 50 to 60 minutes, we will be talking about our system of coordinates. I think it's a good definition of green values. I remember that last year I raised this topic of green values for the first time, and I remember that a lot of questions were floating in the air. What is that? How is it related to practice? So within the next 50 minutes, I will try to walk you through these green values. I will elucidate what they are, how they are linked to our projects. Maybe we cannot really use them within our projects, but I will jump a little bit ahead and state that you can definitely leverage them within your projects. But green values are also about strategic partnership. And this is something that Nastya mentioned at the very outset. Why has our foundation supported the Veloforum for such a long time? U-Cycle, the Cyclist Association, and some other stakeholders founded this Veloforum, and it's an event that shares our values. So basically, we can resonate with the messages communicated at the Veloforum, and that's why we're always ready to support you and promote the development of cycling together with you. My name is Sofia Olinik. I'm a coordinator of the program for democracy promotion and human safety promotion within Heinrich Böll Foundation. Within this program, we work on such topics as urban development, sustainable mobility, critical history, and this year we embarked on a new topic, human security. And by human security, we mean not only military security or hard security, but what a person needs to feel safe and in security on a daily basis. Healthcare, comfort of moving around the city, etc. Within this program, we tightly cooperate with NGOs as well as with individual activists, and it's of importance for us to support the grassroots movement. We are not that present and visible at political level. We lean more towards supporting those initiatives that require our support more, because we believe that this will contribute to the big picture. What exactly am I going to talk about? I will try to drill into three key issues. The first one is the definition of green values. What are they? Why are we talking about them? How did they emerge? What is a link between green values and cycling movement? Is there any link to start with? And the third issue is how can we translate green values into reality? How can we advocate for them in our communities, the communities where we live and work? How can we communicate to people that these green values are crucial? How do we communicate this message to our national, regional, and local stakeholders? So how did it all begin? Olha provided you with a historical overview of cycling development in the Soviet Union and Ukraine as well. I would like to take another step back and have a look at how these green values emerged, because basically that explains why today, on the 18th of September 2021, we're still talking about them, even though they have slightly transformed over these years. Everything started back in 1968, so basically the late 1960s, and back then there was a vibrant economic development. Europe and the entire world resurrected after World War II, and there was this feeling that everyone was having a good life. There were plenty of jobs, good income, economic development, no wars. Well, at least not exactly at that time, but for some reason people took to streets and staged protests. There was some sort of dissatisfaction. There were protests against the war in Vietnam. There was also a series of marches for human rights. Feminists took to the streets, students, and the same was true also about demonstrations in favor of the rights of people of color and some other minority groups.
We also witnessed a movement for the protection of the environment because of deforestation processes and the construction of plants and factories were not the best kind of contributors to the development of the society. So at the end of the 60s we see a society that on the one hand has all the preconditions to be happy and satisfied, but on the other hand people take to the streets. They come out and say that this is not the world that I want to live in. As a woman, I want to feel safe. I think that I'm entitled to equality in terms of employment and salaries. I do not want to be discriminated on the basis of my skin color or sexual orientation. I want to feel safe when I'm in the street or when I'm a member of traffic. So basically all of these points might seem very diverse, but there is something in common that all of these have. This is the fight for social equality. It's about equity. It's about right to space, rights to own the space or occupy the space in the city, rights to breathe clean air, rights to have access to public spaces and prosperous livelihood. So it's about something more than money, something more than a nice car or a shiny Ford car that I have just bought for myself in the States. And this emerges in late 60s, and then it continues in the 70s, that these movements become more organized, and people see that it's great that we take to the street. We all have the ideas that we stand for where we live in our towns and countries, but we need to apply the solutions that are more systemic. How could we introduce such solutions um, on a systemic level so there's no rolling back? And in Australia, Sweden, and Finland, first kind of green parties begin to emerge that unite around the topics of protection of environment, human rights, rights of women, anti-war movements. People say they don't want to see more wars and see more inequality and unfairness. So these were the key topics back then. So the first three parties in Australia, Sweden, and Finland, they got into parliament, but the most definitive event for the creation of green values and for shaping the understanding what is that we stand for and what's important for us, that was the creation of the Green Party in Germany that were elected to Bundestag in 1983. So they drew a lot of attention because their agenda was clearly spelled out, and in their declaration there were four topics that they meant to navigate, four topics that were supposed to be a red thread in their policy making. And number one was democracy, gender equality, then protection of the environment, and number four was absence of violence, peace and absence of violence, or peaceful violence. So this was a kind of a Bible that they created, and that helped them to shape their political agenda and respectively systematize all the movements into one direction. The Green Party of Germany took 28 people to parliament, so this is like all of us here in this room. Imagine that all of us are, say, supporters of cycling movement, and we get to the parliament. So 28 seats back then equal to 5% of all the seats in the parliament, so it's almost negligible. But there was one slogan that they always used. They said that small is beautiful. So they realized that there were few of them, but they were dedicated. They have their agenda spelled out, the four topics that they will be pursuing, to pursue gender equality, not only for introducing quotas on a national level, but also within our party from inside. We will set an example of how this would be done. In terms of grassroots democracy, the key aspect for the Green Party was to remember one's origins, one's background. How did you get to this parliament? If you used to be a public activist in the past, you know what their needs are, and if you have an opportunity to support your friends who are still fighting against, let's say, deforestation or chopping down trees in the parks. In Stuttgart, there was a case where they tried to replace a park with a railway station. So assess and realize what the needs, what the local needs are, and pervade these topics onto a national level. So all of this was based in the evidence, in the awareness of the present day actual situation. So it's not remote from the reality of living, and the needs that they communicated reflected the needs in the reality. first they came across as a very radical party with their 4 idealized values, but in reality it proved otherwise, and this green lens started to be replicated, and other parties started to realize that the protection of environment, protection of human rights, um, anti-war movement, and support to the grassroots democracy was something so fundamental that would have also been important for other parties as well. For instance, Christian Democrats also started looking closely to these topics and started revisiting these topics in their own policies. Then the Chernobyl disaster in 1986 also contributed to closer attention and boost in anti-nuclear movement, and the disaster served as an example or illustration to the fact that if nothing gets done, if nothing changes, this could repeat itself again, and therefore they try to navigate the idea of what should be done in order to avoid similar accidents, in order to avoid wars. And this green lens started to replicate with other parties that started to integrate it within their programs. And one of the main ideas consisted in the fact is that we are not after quick wins. We don't take decisions overnight that are very dramatic. Their key approach was is that we do it slowly, and that's why the Green Party is not great in terms of crisis communication management. But what they do is they contemplate on the changes, explain, raise awareness, and implement systemically. Because sooner or later, people come to realization that the Green are right. Like the case with the global warming these days. Then in the 90s, we became an independent state, and we started working towards democratic freedom. Our Ukrainian Green Party emerged at that time, but of course, in fact, it was not a Green Party per se. It existed merely on paper. And right now, this party is not even represented in the parliament, but I suppose it's not the matter of merely a political formation, because if you look back onto the past decade, you can see that the social movements that took place in the 60s, they are still happening. Perhaps we refer to them differently, perhaps they pursue a bit of different aims, but they are still alive. For instance, next Saturday we are supposed to have an environmental march in Kyiv, then March for the Rights of Women. We also see other activities meant to navigate the issues of supremacy of law and oppose arbitrariness. So perhaps the political landscape that we see is fluctuating, but still there are pillars in the society that work as magnets, and we're not ready to let go of them. We're not ready to say we don't need human rights anymore, everything is great, because we still see human rights activists get attacked. We also see all kinds of movements take up environmental issues more often. We even if we simply follow the weather forecast, we saw the kind of weather conditions that we had in July, and And therefore, it's not only about protest, but it's also about the activities that we conduct on a daily basis through grassroots initiatives. So initially, it might seem to us that the project that I am implementing or the things that I do, they have nothing in common with these values. But in reality, you can find that the values in there might reverberate with you. For instance, for us, the Cycling Forum is a project that's close to my heart, and we cooperate with the organization not because there are great people involved, but because there's something larger that we share. I also must say a couple of words about the pandemic and its influence, because once again this made us think and reflect upon the world that we live in, the transfer infrastructure that was available, that was either operational or dysfunctional in the times of quarantine and lockdown. Was it enough or was it insufficient? Did I have enough green spaces next in my neighborhood or not? Did people have enough access to healthcare in the times of pandemic or not? So it's a challenge that allowed us to reconsider the values and to analyze the conditions that we're all in, and also set out some pointers for us to work towards. So trying to sum up these key challenges, we could say that at the end of the 60s, all of these movements revolved around protection of the environment, fight for social justice, fight against exploitation of people and environment, unequal access to employment and education, globalization, fight anti-populism movements and anti-war movements. So many of these movements that I mentioned, they united and pulled their efforts together, and we see what happens in 2021. We face the pandemic, there's an economic recession, there's climate change going on, we see limitations in terms of human rights and freedoms, and the crisis of democracy, which is my favorite topic, because lately we've been talking a lot about limitations, which of the limitations were legitimate and which were imposed, because the data has it that the democracy level has decreased by 5 points worldwide. And the democracy was very vulnerable because totalitarian regimes, they managed the pandemic well, but they really put a lot of pressure on human rights to the extent that was not acceptable. So we talked a lot about human rights and about different challenges, and we shaped the stakeholders in the 60s, and we discussed how the Green Party got to the German parliament, and these days we see similar public initiatives, we see similar movements take on the same challenges. And now we view all of this through the prism of 4 green values. This is equality and non-discrimination of people, preservation of environment, basic democracy and participatory democracy, non-violence, and striving for peace. These might seem to be quite pathetic, and it seems like they cannot be even expressed in more simple words and practical words. And even when we discuss all of these values, we should realize that it's impossible to meet the needs put forward by one of these values while disregarding the three others. For instance, you cannot install a cycling infrastructure, create a cycling friendly city without navigating other topics like equality, accessibility, environmental protection. So you need to take into account how all of these problems are interwoven, and that's why it's important to look onto all of these values through different prisms or angles and see what kind of intersections there are between them. Now, moving on to more practical things, I would like to use the example of cycling forum, because I think this is something that relates to everybody who's present in the room, and also to people that are with us online. And it's a pleasure to hear that Odessa, Kramatorsk, and Berdansk have also their own event scheduled for today, and this is a great example of decentralization. So as Nastya mentioned, we try to calculate and Nastya asked me in an email, when was it that our foundation supported the cycling forum for the first time? And I was trying to look it up in my documents, and I wasn't able to find a clear indication, but it's been more than 5 years ago, and but we have forged our cooperation with UCycle over 8 years ago, and it's wonderful to have such a stable cooperation established. But what's the foundation of it? I want to feel like Harry Potter and do magic with my magic wand, but somehow it doesn't work. So as an example, I try to delineate the three values where I think we overlap with the association, where I see the synergy for our action, and why it's important for us to build a strategic or institutional partnership.
Let's start with democracy through the Veloforum. From the support of the cycling community and activists, we believe that we disseminate this model of basic democracy, because the public can be can participate and be engaged. They can create some showcases for the local and regional authorities. It all depends on which level we work on, local, regional, or national. For example, in December, when the findings of the cycling needs study were presented, and by the way, Ira Bondarenko will make that presentation tomorrow. By the way, you can find the findings on our website. You can download it. The study that we conducted in cooperation with UCycle targets the national level, because it's one of the tools and a publication that we can use to advocate for nationwide changes, changes in the form of a more strategic vision. And we can also use this study as a basis for the development of a national cycling strategy. Yesterday, it was interesting for me to listen to the cooperation between activists and the local authorities in various municipalities. The level of cooperation varies depending on the region, depending on the municipality. We do understand that each city, town, village, and settlement is unique. We cannot really apply a one-size-fits-all approach. The context matters. The setting that we work in is of importance. So in some areas this cooperation is present, while in others it's missing. If we look at things through the lens of this basic democracy and participatory democracy, it's all about engagement and participation. Everyone can participate and be engaged. I wrote a city or a town on the slide, but it's not only about cities and towns. We should be talking about settlements and communities in general, regardless of whether they are urban ones or rural ones. I'm from Lviv region, so of course whatever I'm talking about is relevant to Chervonohar, Sokal, and some other smaller towns. we should also facilitate the creation of cycling-friendly communities. On the one hand, we work on urban development and planning. We try to make cities more inclusive and accessible. But on the other hand, in the context of cycling and those changes that should promote the dissemination of cycling culture in cities, I can also contribute because we want to have cities that are comfortable for living and moving around. Well, for example, there's this bike path that covers only several kilometers, and you can already hop on your bike and travel that distance. We also want to focus on the value of social equity and equality. It's all about democratization and availability of transportation for various population groups. The COVID-19 population is pertinent in this context because public transportation services were not running, and a lot of people who didn't have their private vehicles had difficulty getting to work. Like, for example, someone works at a pharmacy. They struggled with getting to their work. If you don't have a car, you are in trouble, or if you don't have some friends or family members with a car, you are in trouble. Last year, we published some cards where we wanted to communicate the message that a bike is an available and accessible means of transportation that can be utilized by various population groups: children, youth, the elderly, school students, females. They can use a bike to travel to their workplace or some other locations if they cannot afford to buy a car, for example, or some other more expensive transport modes. There's another key aspect that I would like to emphasize. Last year, we calculated the number of cyclists in the city of Kyiv twice. Both fortunately and unfortunately, it's only 15%, well, 14.5% of cyclists are women. 14.5%. So this is a share from the city of Kyiv. I'm sure that these shares vary depending on the city. But it was an increase by 5% because of the COVID-19 pandemic and because of the prevalence of bike rental and sharing services. So you might think that it's good, but at the same time 15% is not a lot. Why? Because there's no safe infrastructure. Women want to feel safe, but this is something that I hear from my male cyclists as well. They often tell me that they do not feel safe cycling around the city of Kyiv, and I always tell them, well, you know what, if you do not feel safe, then what about me? You know, I'm a woman, and it's even more challenging for me. So if it's safe for a vulnerable person, let's say a senior person or a child, if we create safe routes and infrastructure for them in the first place, then we will definitely be able to promote cycling. Then those people that have more resources will also feel comfortable. So we need to start with the needs of vulnerable groups. And by default, we will also cover those people that have certain privileges or higher resources. This year, we organized Cycle Chic. It was a parade of female cyclists. The purpose of that event was to showcase that there's a large number of female cyclists, and there can be even more of them, providing there's appropriate infrastructure in place, providing there's safety and security on the streets. But we need to take to the streets together and demonstrate that need. Nastya wants to add something. And for the first time this year, we started communicating the following slogan: a city safe for women is a city safe for everyone. This parade was not a mass event, but many men participated as well. This parade was a last minute decision, and we could not really attract that many people. Because of the pandemic restrictions. Some people even complained that it was not really a purely female parade because a lot of males participated. But that was one of our key messages. We didn't really just want to put together a group of women in dresses. We feel bad that the share of female cyclists amounts to only 15%, but for me it's just a practical indicator or guide. 15% because there are some objective reasons for that. There will be more female cyclists once we create safe and appropriate infrastructure, and then people started complementing and modifying this slogan that a city safe to children is a city safe to everyone. I'm really pleased that we had many men in this parade, and they didn't wear a ballet costume because in the past men wanted to participate as well, but since it was a girly event, they would just wear some funny ballet costumes or something like that. But this year they participated to support our agenda, and I'm really comforted that through this parade we changed the perspective on female cycling in our country. It's one of our success stories, and it's one of our small victories. So we can implement these one-off initiatives like this female cycling parade, and even this small event gave impetus and created publicity. The third value, environmental protection and preservation. How can we do that through cycling? One idea is that if we have more people on bikes, then hopefully there will be fewer cars. The more bikes, the better situation with the CO2 emissions. I had a look at the mobile app documenting CO2 emissions during this female cycling parade, and CO2 emissions were minimal. And cycling is also about reduced fuel consumption. So the point is that cycling agenda cooperation within a cycling event like Veloforum can produce impact from the perspective of three various values. On the one hand, we are building participatory democracy and a democratic society through some grassroots initiatives. On the other hand, we facilitate more justice, equity, and equality in our communities. But through cycling, we can also foster environmental preservation. We can represent diverse movements and organizations, but we can still contribute to the spread of cycling values. We cooperate with U-Cycle within a multitude of projects because we understand that this cooperation will help us promote these values, and all the avenues are detailed on the slide. It's not cooperating. Can someone help me? It's fine now. Thank you, Sophia. I'm not done yet. Well, I know that you want to share something as well. You always have a lot to share. No, I'm not done. That's what we qualify as dictatorship in the civic sector. We try to understand how we can implement green values through projects. I have already mentioned some of these projects. This year we have finally published a brochure entitled Green Values in Our Daily Life. We engaged people within one of our key projects called the Green Academy. These are experts in environmental issues, urban planning, participatory democracy, facilitation, gender equality. We invited those people who are directly related to such projects, and they have a profound understanding of how these green values can be converted into reality on different levels. And we split the implementation of green values into three levels: personal level, team level, and systemic level. Because in fact, these values can be implemented on various levels depending on the resources that you have at your disposal, so I can contribute to the best of my capacity. If we're talking about the personal level, it's all about my household and daily habits, the means of transportation that we use. Do I sort waste or not? How do I respond when I see some discriminatory messages on Facebook, or when I witness someone being subjected to obscene language in a store or a marketplace? So it's a proof of how tolerant I am and how I reflect these green values in my daily life. The next level is the team level. It's all about the behavior of organizations. It's all about the environment that they create. It's all about the political decisions made within a specific organization. How do we conduct meetings? Do we give the voice to all the representatives of our team? How often do we meet? How do we conduct meetings? Which resources do we use to conduct meetings? Do we process banners, posters, and some other printouts? How do we implement the values of democracy, equity, and equality within our organization? And the third level is the systemic one. How can I and my organization exert influence on a higher level? So maybe we can do it in the form of donations on Patreon and some other fundraising platforms. So why not support those organizations that promote my values? It's just one of the examples of how you can support green values on a systemic level. Maybe I cannot take to the streets and participate in the march or demonstration on a regular basis, but I can do it by supporting those organizations that do that. Or maybe I can financially support some studies and research. I might know a top-notch analyst working on a study that will be used as a basis for policy development and decision making. You can download this brochure online. You can find it on the website of our foundation. There are also several copies in the back room. And while reading this brochure, you can reflect on issues like what can I do? How can my organization contribute to promote those changes that will create more comfortable conditions for everyone? If we reach consensus on the fact that green values are important, how will we benefit if we spread these green values through our activities and projects? In the context of cycling, there's specific impact that we can exert. So if we want to promote equality through cycling, we can create safe conditions to engage diverse populations and encourage them to use bicycles. And they can even facilitate social services by biking around. In terms of environment, cycling is associated with reduced CO2 emissions and environmental awareness. The third aspect is that through cycling we can develop local and grassroots initiatives based on the bottom-up approach. By supporting activists, we demonstrate that these grassroots movements know best which changes and transformations need to be implemented to create more comfortable conditions. I replaced peace and non-violence with miscellaneous, because I think it's all about increased recognition and attractiveness of territories. On Thursday, we were in Mukachevo, and we did our math, and we calculated 18 cyclists. And I realized that those people were not using a bike for recreational purposes. And for me, that was an indicator that that specific area was comfortable and safe for cycling. It doesn't really obviate the need for developing cycling infrastructure, because in the end, we want to achieve systemic changes. Why do our cities need to implement strategic and high-level changes? It's great to have green values, but they need to be analyzed in the context, and it's not really a one-off event or campaign. It's all about systemic change. It's great to have a parade once a year, but it's even better to have a cycling strategy in place that details a wide array of activities that should be implemented to support cycling development. What are the arguments that can be put on the table? I have already referred to Mukachevo and the attractiveness of this town. Yesterday, we were exposed to the experience of Berdyansk and Kramatorsk. It's all about the quality of life. Several months ago, I watched a TEDx presentation on a U.S. city that is on the path of redesigning their spaces. They say that they understand that people select workplaces not because it's a cool company, but they also select cities depending on how comfortable these cities are. They don't want to be solely dependent on cars, the subway, or other public transportation. So it's all about pedestrian and cycling availability and accessibility, because we are caught up in this fast pace. The issue of health is particularly relevant, especially in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic. You have a look at the WHO report, and you see the figure of 80% of mortality because of chronic and some other diseases like asthma and heart attacks, obesity, and it's all due to sedentary behaviors. We're not talking about specific countries, but the point is that if people used bicycles more to travel around, we would be able to reduce the mortality rate at least by 10%, because then there would be regular physical activities. There's another reason why I believe that we need to implement a strategic approach to cycling development. It's all about the effective and efficient use of public space. How many bicycles can be parked within a parking place for one car? So it's all about the effective use of space. It's all about being able to ride your bike in the park and enjoy the landscapes. I was walking along the bank of the river this morning, and I was just feasting my eyes on the beauty around, because I remember the experience that I had in Azerbaijan. We walked 1.5 kilometers there. There were no underground passages there. The city streets were congested and busy, and you had no clue how even to cross those busy roads. So Baku is a city that is not really people-friendly, even though the architecture and the landscapes are fantastic.
About exhaust fumes, this year A new document was published. I don't know if there's a Ukrainian translation, but it's something like Pan-European Master Plan on Cycling Mobility Expansion, where they analyzed should the adequate policies be introduced, how that would have an economic impact on the environment. So it's about 8 billion tons of CO2 reduction, and this also saves half a million 1.5 billion euro in savings. It also dwells upon the influence of noise pollution and air pollution, and this also incorporates the necessity to treat diseases that are stimulated by noise and air pollution. Mobilization of different groups of population, for instance, there are going to be less traffic jams because not every single child will be transported by a separate car. This is what I see, these terrible lines every morning at home, and I realized that had there been infrastructure in place and safe junctions, people would have allowed their children to ride their bikes to school. But for now, I don't feel that this is safe. Cities would become more attractive since there would be less traffic jams. People wouldn't be as irritated, as annoyed, worrying about how to get to work. And I think it's one of the examples that shows us that if we communicate more with governmental bodies, all kinds of stakeholders, national or international, and cycling agenda gains more and more foothold among international actors, and if we communicate these changes in a better way, and if we use these arguments and explain that we need systemic, sustainable solutions to develop cycling movements, and that cities aren't only meant for moderates but for various segments of population, and we want to promote the cycling agenda, this will help us achieve such ends ultimately. And here we can see that if you read between the lines, you also see the environment, the accessibility, the social justice and equality, about democratic processes. So we have taken a step down from this meta level to the level of practical solutions that could be applied on a daily basis. So I'm just going to flick through a couple of last slides, not a problem. And finally, if I did manage to convince you, I would still like to refer to a WHO report that was published this year, somewhere at the beginning of June. So the report tells us about the fact the WHO in the European region recognized their support towards Pan-European cycling plan, and it is important for the countries and states to give equal priority to cycling as a means of transport, and have it on par with other modes of transportation. So that's it. If the green values did not manage to convince you of the importance of such values in daily life, then perhaps the data offered by the WHO could help me in this respect. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to take them. Perhaps if not now, then contact me via Facebook or email. You could also pick up our brochure or download it off our website. Thank you very much, Sophia, for providing us with a wider framework for green values. I'm happy to see the historic context that revolved around these green values. Thank you for presenting the preconditions. These are the things that are not always taken into account in Ukraine. Sometimes we feel like we are brewing in our own pot, as if in a vacuum. And for me personally, it was especially important to see the references and links to a more global context. And I would just like to comment briefly that we don't have a green party in Ukraine as a political force that advocates green values, but at the same time, we have a civil community that is unique. We have wonderful NGOs. We had this female cycling parade in August, female pride taking place this weekend in Kyiv on the 26th of September. Another march anti which was meant to be anti global warming. Another march meant to protect the city of Kyiv. Perhaps you have heard of the story of the flowers of Ukraine that recently happened in Hay. So we have a lot of environmental initiatives, architectural initiatives, landscape initiatives, and people in Kyiv right now are very active because they realize that the things that are happening downtown couldn't be kept quiet, and they will escalate if not taken care of. So now, while we don't have a respective party in the parliament to communicate it on a higher level, we have grassroots organizations and wonderful civil community that advocates these issues instead. I support you to a full extent that political parties are important, but when we have a civil society that is consolidated by shared values, this is also a wonderful sign. Yes, I think that green values are on the rise now. They are becoming extremely popular, and this March for Kyiv that is scheduled soon is also a great token of this. And I think it's a great opportunity for us to pool our forces, our efforts together, for us not to be taken as singularly, ladies, cyclists in skirts, or residents begging for something or asking for something. So even progressive political parties do not necessarily have an understanding how important and influential local solutions could prove to be. Thank you very much. And just the last point is that I'm very proud of the fact that in Kyiv cycling concept, apart from the quote by our mayor, we managed to put in another quote that signals the fact that for true democracy, a person riding a bike that's worth $30 is equally valuable to a person riding a car that's worth $30,000. So we're happy that we were able to squeeze this quote in, because this is a quote on true democracy and the democratic history behind it. Let's give a round of applause to Sophia. Make sure you meet her personally. Heinrich Böll Foundation implements wonderful projects. It's a great idea to forge a partnership, and it's actually in partnership with Sophia that we came up with the idea of hubs, and really it's a kind of partnerships that is consequential. So what I'm trying to say is this: try to look for partners that have similar values, and perhaps these could also be partners from different areas of life, and this could serve as a great grounds for uniting your efforts. Can you hear me? One, two, three. I think we should start since we were a little bit behind with the first section, and then the coffee break moved up a little bit. And I suppose I should mention that cycling tourism is becoming more and more popular, and quite often we see special equipment installed with the cars for transportation of bicycles. And still last year, when the process of elaboration of strategy, national strategy was elaborated, Youth Cycle also participated, and we saw that the part of cycling tourism in many countries is quite significant, and thus our next presentation given by Serhiy Pidmohelny will revolve around comprehensive development of cycling tourism. We can start. Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for this opportunity to be here with you, with the cycling community, both offline here on location and also the people that joined us online. Our topic is very different from the topics discussed yesterday. It's still about cycling, but yesterday we talked more about cycling infrastructure, about mobility solutions in the cities. But today I and my colleagues will discuss the issues of tourism component in the field of cycling, and my talk will revolve about comprehensive development of tourism around certain locations, a part of which, a significant part of which is given to cycling. Imagine the globe, imagine the continents, and let's say there's a continent of business tourism, there's a continent of urban tourism, there's a continent of recreational health tourism. So tourism is much fragmented, and one of the big components of tourism is tourism located in natural environment. You could refer to it as green tourism. Environmental tourism could be considered a component, extreme tourism, adventure tourism, and so on. Once again, you could also have a subdivision into water tourism, kayaking, which is gaining popularity alongside cycling. All kinds of waterways trips are becoming very popular because Ukraine boasts more than 10,000 waterway routes. Unfortunately, this point is not pursued actively as yet. We also have walking tourism or pedestrian tourism, and finally cycling tourism that stands out, I think, first and foremost owing to you as cycling activists, cycling clubs and community. And the topic of cycling has basically turned into an entire industry. Today we talked about equipment, about bike sharing, about cargo racks for carrying bikes. So this is an entire industry that involves business, infrastructure, and various components. That's why today I'm going to talk about a complex or a comprehensive approach. Perhaps it's not 100% by 100% matched with the topics of Cycling Forum, but I believe that development of cycling tourism would entail all kinds of developments in communities and in natural environments. Uh, so what I refer to as territories of communities, um, picturesque views, beautiful landscapes. So the lands that are owned by community, those could also be the territories that belong to natural reserves or specific objects. How many of you are aware of how many natural parks and reserves we have in Ukraine? That is correct, 53 national parks, and if you also count biosphere natural reserves, we have over 80 territories of national level, but there are further regional parks and so on. So this potential of natural territories is quite impressive, and I would also like to draw your attention to forestries, um, which by now has always been associated with a resource for harvesting wood. It's hardly ever associated with tourism like they do with our neighboring countries. In Poland, for instance, there's an entire network of tourism routes that are situated not through national parks but through regular forestry. So I think that forests are largely underestimated and undervalued in Ukraine. This is my popular slide that I always use with the majority of presentations that I do, because the peculiarity of how we do business is in our with our team is how is the we work with communities, and we try to develop tourism comprehensively in within certain territories, and this is reflected in this slide. If you are intent on developing cycling tours, the ideas about cycling and help the areas to promote cycling within certain territories, then this slide is meant for you. Why it's important? Because it showcases all the parts that need to be present for the tourism to develop. So the top left corner, the green segment, is about tourist resources. It consists of two parts. So tourist resources is a large-scale concept, and this is what we quite often to refer now as tourism magnets. This is why tourists come. This is what the territories are abundant in. This is why the tourists come to visit. So these are both natural resources, something that we have as a natural legacy, forests, lakes, rivers, caves, and so on. But and the second part is anthropogenic legacy, like castles, museums, churches, figures of the past or the present day. So all of these are anthropogenic resources. The condition, the quality, the accessibility are also factors that either strengthen or not these resources, and that make them usable for the end user. The second part is also about the accessibility and logistics, because it's not enough to have some resources on hand. Get there, to fly there, or to ride your bike there safely, or to walk there safely. So both in Ukrainian reality but also abroad, not all the objects could be considered a resource if they are not accessible or if the route there is unsafe. This then reduces tourism attractiveness level, or makes the resource unavailable altogether. Another important aspect is logistics, like the town of Zalishchiki in Ternopil region. There's a train that goes there. People go there to take trips down the waterways, but the train arrives there at 4:30 in the morning, it's impossible to get a coffee there. There's no shelter. The railway station is in shattered condition. You can encounter many homeless people. So it seems that there is a certain level of accessibility, but whether this accessibility is safe and convenient is still to be defined.
Infrastructure is important as well. You can see three segments here. Road infrastructure is one of them. It's about motorways, safety thereof, navigation, you know, these brown signs that we can see in the traffic code, parking facilities, road infrastructure in the form of toilets and some other facilities. There's another component that is related to the quality of water supply, water drainage, power supply. This segment is not directly related to tourism development, but it still contributes. And the third component of infrastructure is tourism related. It's all about tourism signage, marking, tourist information centers, hotels, restaurants, all those things and services that help tourists feel comfortable and in civilization. And you can see the fourth block denoted in purple or reddish color. It's all about management, marketing, and governance. Where do we draw workforce from? Communications that we implement, the quality of communication and interaction between communities and within communities. The quality of the promotional materials that we develop and use for promoting different destinations and areas. If you have a careful look at this circle, it's quite even and smooth, like on a bike. But if one of the segments is missing or underperforming, maybe there are some problems with infrastructure or resources, then you will have this bent or twisted wheel like on a bad bike. So my point is that all the segments of this wheel have to be as qualitative as possible. When we are talking about infrastructure and territorial development, we also need to pay due attention to products. It can be one key product or a variety of products. In this regard, we need to keep in mind that there are multiple niches that are out there, but we haven't really unleashed their full potential. What do I mean by the product? On this slide, you can see an example of a classical tourist product in the form of a tour. So it's a classical tour or like a tour package that a tour operator sells for tourists. You can find some description here of supporting photographs, timing, prices, terms and conditions. This is something that a tourist is ready to purchase. But a tourist who buys services and products via tour operators might account for 15 to 20% of tourists, which means that the majority of tourists travel on their own. And to facilitate their independent travel, they also need some products and services. By independent travel, I mean the tourists go to booking.com, they rent a car. There are multiple online services out there, so it's a piece of cake to find a service or a product that you need. Tour operators will still be relevant, but I think that in the future their role will be reduced to the minimum. When we're talking about the development of tourist products within communities, we should not really rely on tour operators. Well, it's a little bit difficult for me to be talking on this topic because I'm a tour operator myself, but I still want to provide you with an objective picture. I know that the world has to become simpler and more accessible, and I often travel myself without buying tour packages. My point is that communities or activists that work with communities should focus on the development of independent infrastructure for tourists. In fact, we have a ton of underused niches. For example, geological products and services. Industrial and geological tourism is developing vibrantly in the city of Kryvyi Rih. They also offer some fantastic geological thematic tours. The same is true about Lviv and Ivano-Frankivsk. We can see bits and pieces there, but considering the enormous potential of geological tourism in Ukraine, this niche is definitely underused so far. The same goes for national cultures, the Shtetl Way. It's a project that was implemented in Ukraine several years ago. It's about Jewish history and heritage. There's a brand new project aimed at promoting gastronomic tourism. This project was launched in Odessa region, and I think it transitioned to Zakarpattia, Chernihiv region. The topic of gastronomic tourism is talked about a lot, and I think that it's great that regions are finally beginning to pay more attention to this niche of tourism. There's another area of tourism that my colleagues and I are developing, greenways. It's a package of tourist products aimed at developing natural areas. For example, a greenway along the Elba River or Laba River. It starts in the Czech Republic and ends in Germany. The length is upwards of 1,200 kilometers. This greenway encompasses a multitude of interesting tourist sites and landmarks, and it also brings together hundreds of tourist service providers, rental companies, hotels, restaurants, you name it. In the context of such tourist products, infrastructure plays a key role. And I want to start with the information resources. They can be categorized as promotion, but information is also part of infrastructure. Before you go on a cycling tour, for example, you need to find information somewhere if you're not familiar with that area. Most people find this information on the internet, or you might encounter a booklet at a conference. Like, for example, there are some promotional materials on the tables around the room. So you see some interesting spots there in Uzhhorod. You read more about these sites, and then you decide to go there. So such information resources are indispensable. And a lot depends on how information is communicated, what exactly is offered, and which target audiences are targeted. Then a person gets them into a car. If they decide to drive, these brown signs make a big difference as well. The brown signs that you can see on the slide, fortunately, there are more and more of them in Ukraine, in various parts of our country. 3 to 4 years ago, we didn't really have any brown signs of this kind, but now many regions produce such signs. They look really nice and neat. And the role of these signs cannot be overestimated. Because these signs are there not just for guidance, they also play an important advertising and promotional role, because you drive, you spot a sign of this kind, you notice a nice picture, and there's a big chance that maybe next time when you have more time, you will make a detour and go and visit the site depicted in the sign. When a tourist arrives on the scene, they also need some navigation, and they might be interested in tourist ways. My colleague, Mr. Bursanov, is present here. His next presentation will be dedicated to standards. Apart from applying a comprehensive approach, apart from drafting strategic documents, it's also important to devise concepts, plans, maps, with all the infrastructure, and this infrastructure encompasses various signs, layouts, signposts like this, marks on trees, and some other elements that help tourists travel around a specific area safely and comfortably. Here you can see an example of a recent project in Ivano-Frankivsk region. This is the recent project in Lviv region, and within this project these beautiful tourist plaques were installed. Because whenever a person sees something, they want to read more about it. They want to know what that is. Like, for example, the Giravets rock. There's this plaque with details about the rock. Until recently, it was a famous site, and thousands of tourists would come and visit, but they would just enjoy the site as a beautiful natural entity. But of course, we want people to know more about these sites, hence the importance of tourism-related infrastructure. Undoubtedly, in the times of internet development and digitization, we have to focus on mobile apps, not just websites, because we do not visit sites with our computers. We either have our cell phones or tablets. Therefore, it's essential to develop mobile apps because they can facilitate decision making for tourists. Here you can see an example of our partners from Poland. It's just an example of abundant tourist resources that can be used to promote natural tourism. Solutions can be quite diverse. I'm gearing towards the end of my presentation, and in the end, I would like to talk a little bit about the importance of communication and cooperation. There are multiple stakeholders within any area. We keep talking about tourism development in a community. What exactly does that mean? It means that each of you is a resident of a specific community or an activist who wants to help a community develop cycling. Or maybe there's a forestry enterprises, there's an educational institution, there's a municipal or community company. There might be an NGO or a media outlet. Maybe there are some nature reserves and parks within your community. So as you can see, all these stakeholders contribute to the development of a tourist destination, and their voices have to be heard and their opinions have to be taken into account. After the implementation of the administrative reform in Ukraine, and since the onset of decentralization in our country, most communities, and we have upwards of 1,400 of them, set tourism as their strategic priority. And they try to apply a comprehensive and holistic approach to tourism development. That's why it's so important to forge robust partner relations. A popular trend recently is cluster development. For example, we have this hospitable Boyke Berlin area. It's just one of the projects. It's a cluster-based initiative. I can mention several of them in each region. I'm talking about these cluster-based initiatives because they bring together service providers, museum employers, various institutions and other stakeholders. And this unity can accelerate tourism development because stand-alone individual initiatives will not be successful without comprehensive communication and interaction. When we are talking about comprehensive tourism development, we should keep in mind the importance of small businesses. We might have big players in tourism as well, but I think that in most communities, tourism is about small and medium enterprises. Active tourism is predominantly the remit of small businesses. Usually these are family businesses. On this slide, you can see over 16 areas of tourism activities, accommodation services, catering, eating, sale of tourism products, agricultural manufacturing and sales. In the past several years, craft-made products have gained in popularity. All types of cheeses, alcohol drinks, meats, etc. So Zakarpattia, Transcarpathian region, is known as a rich gastronomic land, not only domestically but beyond as well. It's also about tasting sessions. It's all about the collection and sale of gifts of nature, mushrooms, berries, muds, salt, you name it. Guide and tour services, health improvement services, event management, master classes. There are many more major and minor services that help the locals generate income, and such services play an important role because they help tourists be busy whenever they visit a specific community or area. Having a choice in terms of services and products is something that tourists value. These services are crucial not only for the community and the local population, but for tourists as well. This entire package is the key to success. My presentation was quite brief. In fact, I could have expanded on each of the elements mentioned in my presentation. All the services and products that I have mentioned are part and parcel of this holistic circle or wheel that I showed on one of the initial slides. If you have any questions, I will be more than happy to answer them, providing that we have some time for it. We have enough time for 1 or 2 questions. Are there any questions? There are no questions. I have a question. When we are talking about tourist destinations, a lot of focus is made on local tourism, but cycling tourism is often about inter-regional integration and cooperation. Territories can be delineated based on some administrative parameters. Like, For example, we have some boundaries of districts, of regions, so we develop tourism in this district and then we don't really want to go beyond. It's a great question. In the tourist community, there's this term of a tourist definition. So it's a place that a tourist visits. But for a tourist destination is not limited to some administrative boundaries. As a tourist, I don't really care where I am. I might not even notice that I have already crossed the boundary from one community to another community. We don't really have any formal borders there. So whenever we plan the comprehensive development of tourist destinations, we try to take into account the logic of specific communities. We even give advice to communities on intermunicipal or intercommunity cooperation. A classical example, Dopišňany community. We gave them one key recommendation, which was cooperation and joint development of unified infrastructure on the territories of 3 neighboring communities. Because in terms of history, physics, geography, it can be viewed as one holistic area. So if we have this cooperation, if these communities join their forces, there will be benefit and added value for all of them. Each individual community does not really have the necessary set of services and products, and I can mention many more examples of this kind.
Yesterday we talked about the small Carpathian circle, or the Boyko circle. 2 years ago we actually elaborated the tourism component for it, where the 3 initiative regions just started working on it. They invited us to work on the tourism component, and the infrastructure there, of course, will be a powerful driver. But apart from this, it's not just an intermunicipal tourism, it's the interregional tourism there. Or greenways that I mentioned, it's intermunicipal, interregional, and sometimes there are, we either are aware of examples when they are interstate, like Germany and Czech Republic. So, of course, we need to help communities get rid of these administrative borderlines in their minds. At times, of course, they have to adhere to the rules of budgeting processes. In this way, they would need to find roundabout ways to navigate these limitations. But, of course, the logic needs to be there. Maybe just a short question. Maybe during a coffee break, if that's okay. Let's give a round of applause to Serhii. Thank you so much. Our next presentation is going to be presented via Zoom, and we are moving away from comprehensive approaches to more local approaches. Next report is going to be delivered by Serhii Tolstikhin about planning of a green route. He's going to be talking about a specific location in Khmelnytsky region. Hello, we can see you. We can see you. We can see you and hear you. We cannot see you, unfortunately, as yet, but hopefully we will see you soon. My presentation is on. Can you see it on the screen? Not yet. Please give it a minute. Yes, we can see it now. There's a girl and the backdrop of Bakota Lake. Hello, dear friends. It's a pleasure for me to be the participant of the cycling forum for the 3rd time. It's my first time as a speaker. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to come and be there on location. I almost bought the tickets, but then my family circumstances changed. I wanted to say thank you to Serhii Pidmohelny, who is in a way my teacher in the realm of greenways, and a lot of materials that we elaborated together, I use in my works. I would like to share with you our experience of working in the village in the Khmelnytsky region and the greenways tourism routes as a component of this green tourism. So for a couple of years, I've been working in the field of development of a green countryside tourism. I'm a representative of the Green Tourism Union in Khmelnytsky region. I also used to be an advisor to the city mayor on the issues of cycling infrastructure. And actually yesterday I took a trip from the suburbia to the downtown of Khmelnytsky region, and it was a pleasure to see that the work that we have done has come to fruition, and it was extremely comfortable to take this trip. So you guys are welcome to come and check it out. In my today's presentation, I would like to share our experience. We bought an old house in the village, and we're transforming it into a chalet for the cyclists. And as a cycling enthusiast, I've been to 31 European countries riding a bicycle, and I've ridden 26,000 kilometers. So our adventure started in 2013, being a member of a cycling pilgrimage. We traveled from Berdechiv and all the way to Rome, and every year we cycled all around Europe. We visited a lot of countries, so you can see here in colors the countries and the years when we visited them. This is not including the trips we took in Ukraine. There were multiple in different parts of Ukraine. 2 years ago, well, you know, my wife started getting jealous that I was away for such a long time. So she said, I'd like to go and cycle with you. I challenged her, but it turned out that she's quite dedicated. So 2 years ago, we left together and spent 80 days in Europe, and this is what our cycling trip looked like that we did 2 years ago. So this is our last large trip, and the point of this was that we had a solar panel with us, and the point was that we would charge our phones, laptops, drones, and everything using this solar panel, and this was a signature mark of our adventure. We used the route of Eurocycling. We also took many smaller routes like Green Velo in Poland, also in Hungary, in France, along canals. And as tourisms and as users, we sampled a lot of routes, and every time I was somewhere else, I tried to make mental notes of how things should be done, what is the right way of doing them, and to borrow the experience from the best tourism destinations and locations in terms of cycling infrastructure. Of course, this could be a matter of a separate presentation, but during these trips, we came to realize that it's not enough to just post pics on Instagrams, on Facebook, and say how great and adventurous we are, but we also need to propel Ukraine forward. We had a grudge about the fact that we have such a wonderful country, mountains, valleys, steppes, rivers in Ukraine, and still our domestic tourism is underdeveloped. We can see Europeans taking biking hikes, biking trips to multiple locations all around their countries. With us, for some reason, only a few people do this. Most people go to their countryside houses or just stay on their sofa all weekend. So we decided to go into countryside green tourism. So at the beginning, I would like to introduce a little bit on the theory of green tourism. So this countryside green tourism could be defined in a couple of different ways, but first of all, this is a way of recreation that happens in the countryside territories, and it could be of various modes. This could be sightseeing, area studies, and so on and so forth. what could be the products offered by the green tourism? So here is a quick list. Accommodations of tourism, providing catering, transportation of tourists, preparation of cultural programs, and packages. And of course, one of them is elaborating and designing tourism routes. A couple of years ago, I did a couple of trainings on how this should be done. And right now, as an owner of this green chalet, I can really feel the pertinence of all these lessons. So people that come and visit me, they ask me right away, what do we do here? Where do we go? So here it's not enough to have accommodations to offer, but also to have ready-made greenways to offer. And they needn't be limited by the territorial border lines of certain administrative communities. For the for the tourists, it doesn't matter. It's like the birds flying all above the land. In the same way, it doesn't matter for tourists which territorial community they are staying with. It could be a couple of communities, but they need a specific concrete route. They want an answer. We give the tourist this map and that map. This is where you can go. This is where you can ride a bike. This is where you can go by car. And I would like to give you a bit more detailed explanation of this using our own example. So I borrowed this slide from Serhii Pidmohelny. Hello once again. So what are greenways? Here is the definition. This is our picture from Hungary, I believe. So first, these are non-motorized kinds of transportation. They are coordinated by a local community, and this is of interest because formerly I used to work as an expert, and I noted that when I'm trying to pushing the locals to go into green tourism, it's not going to happen because you cannot do it instead of them. The initiative has to come from the bottom. As experts, we need to provide support for them, but we cannot do it instead of them. So the project that I tried to give the boost to, they didn't work. But where the locals displayed initiative, the project really took off. So this is very important for the implementation of local initiatives, and later on I will show you how we did it, how we arranged it in my village, how my neighbors also accommodate tourists, how grannies are preparing meals for them, and so on. And finally, this is preservation of cultural heritage. For instance, the more people come and see churches using bicycles, take pictures, post selfies, the more convincing it's going to be to the local self-government bodies that this landmark needs to be protected and renovated. And finally, this could be a foundation for the improvement of economic conditions in the locality, because tourists bring money. If you're a tourist, you stay within a certain territory for at least 24 hours, and you need to at least twice in the given period of time do a purchase or spend some money. So here are some elements that I came up, elements of the green ways that we make use of when we create them. Because another mistake that we quite often witness, that what the communities do, they create the routes on a Google map or on a different map. So what they did is they just drew a line, but in reality that does not work like that. And that's not the route that the tourist would need. So the line for the route is just the beginning, and the success of the route depends on many components. First of all, the services that are provided along the route. So it's not just the line on the app, the map. As Serhii mentioned, you arrive at a railway station. Where do you pick up a cup of coffee? Where do you stay for the night? But the same is true with Bakota, but in a different way, that we have a terrible scarcity for accommodations. So usually there are four criteria for the services. What do you see? Where can you go sightseeing? What do you do? What do you eat? And where do you spend the night? All of these opportunities are equal to money and to yielding economic benefits. Number two is um, an object. These are about landmarks, historic landmark, different kinds of venues, national parks, landscapes, and so on. The third aspect is spaces. So an object was more about a singular thing, but a space is more of an extended concept. For instance, our Lake of Bakota is typically viewed as a space, a thing. It's important, apart from having the route, the line, services, and so on. It's important for the tourist to pick up a map, which is a thing, pick up a souvenir, which is a thing, that they could download an app, which is also a thing. Events. Another typical example is when the route has been created. Quite often it has been funded with grant money, brochures have been printed, and so on, but then it dies away. So for the route to be successful, some events must be organized that are thematically related to the routes. You need to organize rides or cycling marathons, arrange festivals, everything that falls within the domain of where this route is located. You could organize different quests for communities. This is what I quite often do. And finally, all of this needs to fall under an idea or a story or a legend to be told. And there's a lot of competition these days, and of course, on the one hand it's positive, but if every owner of a chalet tries to do their own promotion, they just get lost in the communicative noise. But instead, when you have tourism clusters available, then they can pool their efforts and work together. If there's not a legend available from the past, you could just create it on your own. Like, for instance, we made up a story about a beaver marten that lives somewhere next to the river, and there is a quest that he needs to pursue to get to his home. And even if there are no legends like that, you can do brainstorming and come up with ideas of the kind. Of course, this is very brief, this is very succinct. There are many subunits that could be delineated and defined, but theoretically that's it. This is what I wanted to present, but instead I wanted to provide you with specific examples of things that we have brought into life. First is the legends of Ponesia. Most of you have heard of Bakota Bay. It started rising in popularity a while ago. Bakota is the name of an ancient village that was flooded a while ago when the hydropower station was being constructed. And it's a very interesting location, attractive location these days. And last year it received the primary ranking on Google in terms of the searches put in by Ukrainians. So tourists usually come to see the Lake of Bakota, the monastery, and the river Dniester. And usually they were not interested to see anything else. They were not even aware of the community that lives down there. And we decided to change the situation. We decided to have public hearings on this. We involved a lot of local residents. We decided to turn the situation around. We decided to create informational stands, maps, install these stands and posters, offer QR codes that could be scanned by tourists and offer the routes that the tourists could follow. So after a couple of sessions with local residents, we were able to set this into motion. We used the workforce of local volunteers, especially school students, that helped us to create this tourism map. We created these legends of Ponesia, which actually already needs to be revisited because many objects already cropped up. Here we have 8 objects. We categorized them. We used QR code technology to be scanned for people to follow the route to get to the location. We installed 5 to 6 stands at the intersection of tourist routes. And you can see me on the left polishing the map, just trying to dust it off a little bit. And on the right you can see a green point. This is similar to what they do in Europe, a recreational area that would serve as a shelter from the wind and the rain. There's a table, benches, decent bike racks, a garbage bin, and of course a stand with the map and also a list of local entrepreneurs, stores that are recommended for the tourists to visit. We received very positive feedback. We saw that our locations has been viewed multiple times on Google Maps. And also within the frame of this project, we created a set of video clips that were called A Weekend in Your Native Land. And the first clip was on these legends of Ponesia. My wife and I here are the anchors. We took on a part of cycling tourists and we showed in the clip how you travel, where you travel, how you get along, and whenever people seek my advice concerning what I do here or there, I send them a link to this video clip, and this is quite useful to check out.
We also included some other tourist sites into this project, natural parks and some others, but we also engaged the local business and craft-made products. We have some producers of wines and cheese and meats, and we also started producing our own products like the Bakota type of meat. The same is true about cheese. It was our idea, but we struck cooperation with our neighbor, and she's producing this Boots cheese. You can purchase it at our hut, and whenever tourists come to visit us, they know that we have this cheese that is delicious, and they always want to buy it. I would like to tell you later about some other projects in other regions. We implemented projects in other communities. For example, we developed tourist maps, but as for the Bogota region, we realized that there was enormous potential there and we could do something more. We had some savings and we purchased a hut for $4,000. I'm a native of Khmelnytsky, but I've been living in a village for the past several years. I wanted to get some practice, so we made this wild decision of purchasing a hut, and we called it the home of a traveler. We have visited multiple places. We have collected multiple artifacts, stories. We feel in our element in this community of people, so we remodeled this hut and started accommodating tourists. I just want to do a little bit of free advertising. Welcome to our hut. And by the way, there are multiple other huts and chalets there. So what do we have there? We have 2 rooms. We also have a hostel type room that will be called a cycling room. And since the spring, we've been hosting tourist groups, individual tourists, and cycling tourists were among the first of our visitors, like the Veloforum tourist club. They lived in Spartan conditions. The living conditions have definitely improved in our hut. We also hosted some tourist groups from the Olive Tour Club. And we also have some random guests as well, but cycling tourists are our favorites because we cycle a lot as well. We always stay up late, we get together, we mingle, we share stories of our cycling trips. We also offer bike rental services. We offer all types of bicycles, hydraulic ones and some old ones as well. We also want to offer the rental of retro Soviet bicycles, and the ambition is to even create a museum of retro bikes. We had a Brazilian guy, and they stay with us for free, because if it's a person from afar, we always try to offer shelter to them. So we are always ready to shelter cycling tourists for free. This specific couple left a very nice review. They said that we were the best hut ever. They didn't even know that we offered some bike rental services, but they rented a bike and they really enjoyed it, and they want to be back with us with their friends. We also offer catering. Well, you can see that these are cycling tourists because they are devouring pasta. We have all sorts of cycling-related ornaments and souvenirs. We started producing our own souvenir products. You can find them in different outlets around Bogota. So we are an example of active tourism. It's one of our points of sale, and it's very popular among tourists. We are an example that green tourism and greenways can attract many other services and business components. On this slide, you can see the products that we produce ourselves, the cheese, the meat that goes very well with beer. We have Mr. Grubich, a famous journalist. He visited us quite recently and shot a story about our hut. I also want to share some other stories. Serhiy Mohilny was talking about the active engagement of local business. As soon as we had an influx of tourists, neighbors activized as well. I talked to my neighbors. They accommodated tourists themselves, and tourism is money. Well, we have some huts in Bogota. There are about 30 huts and chalets, and it's all about music, beer, obscene language, altercations, etc. And while Horai is all about peace and quiet. So my neighbors noticed that I had a lot of tourists, and they started offering all types of produce, tomatoes, strawberries. So my neighbors used me to sell their products. And sometimes a group of 15 people would call and say that they wanted to come, and I could offer only 7 beds. And then I would go to my neighbor, Auntie Hala, and I would tell her, you know what, I will send some tourists to you, accommodate them wherever, but they want to stay for 1 week. She agreed, and she made more money than her pension within that 1 week. And I did the same thing with the second neighbor, and that's how this initiative gained momentum. So I would tell them to accommodate my visitors, and even yesterday they had to host some of the tourists that I sent to them because I was on a business trip. I was out of the village, so I could not really accommodate those tourists. There was an issue of transportation services. We have some train stations nearby, and some tourists call me and tell me, well, we will arrive in Kamyanets-Podilsky. How do we get to you? Do you happen to have a bus or a shuttle that we can hire? And I called a neighbor, and he has a bus that can be used for transportation. So that's how cluster-based initiatives originate. It's all about standing by one another. I don't want to be all by my own, because I know that I have a close-knit family of neighbors, and we can reinforce the efforts and activities of one another. So in terms of infrastructure, there's still a lot of work ahead of us. We've had this chalet for only about half a year. But if to do everything smartly from the get-go, then you will be able to reap the fruits in the future. Some other projects, Medžibiš community. Here you can see another product, a map that we devised for them. It looks animated with nice pictures and pictograms. We included about 30 interesting sites from this community. Everyone is familiar with the fortress and some other sites, but we basically incorporated all these tourist sites. We described them. We created QR codes, and this map is enjoying enormous popularity. Several thousand maps were distributed in Medžibiš, in Khmelnytsky, and here you can see an event to present our map. We did something similar for one of the Vinnytsia community, Yampil community. In the past, it's a neat tourist site, while all the other sites were off the radar. So here you can see me standing to my baby, to the fruit of my hard work. This is a map that we produced. It's installed there, and people come, scan QR codes, and visit sites. We are also engaged in developing a pedestrian pilgrim route, Kamino Podol. We want to take it to Kamyanets-Podilsky, but we also want to extend it to other European countries. And you can use this route for cycling as well, which is quite popular in Europe, because St. Jacob routes are often used for cycling. This is another example of a quest that I developed for a Lviv community. As for questing, it's a very interesting topic. I can be talking about it for hours. It's like a map, but some sites are hidden there, and it's like a game. And if you split your group into small subgroups, there's an element of competition and rivalry, and you can definitely explore the area from a completely different perspective in this form of game and adventure. People are big on top rankings, top 10 waterfalls in Khmelnytsky region. I made this post, and it generated multiple reposts, or top 12 highlights along the Danube River, or for example, 10 reasons to visit Baku in 2020. I guess I need to update this post. So there are some nice things that you can do instead of these tedious and mundane strategies. I would like to sum up my lecture a little bit. I'm not really tracking down my time, so I'm not even sure whether I'm behind schedule or on schedule. So I would like to sum up that a tourist product includes a route or a way itself. It's supported by an idea, brand, and some highlights or interesting sites. A tourist product should have its own website, app, and social network. When we entered Slovakia, on a bike, the first thing we saw was a big billboard with a QR code and inscription, Visit Slovakia. We scanned this QR code, and we accessed an abundance of tourist sites, and there were several questions that we had to answer. Are you cycling? Are you driving? Are you walking? And we use this app in the future as well. Marking and signage. Well, in the past I was not really big on marking. Why should we mark if everyone has access to the internet? But it's not really true because in multiple places there's no internet and cell phone coverage. Marking can be quite cheap. We take some wooden plaques and we paint arrows and make some inscriptions, so it can be very cheap. And marking should be supported by infrastructure, which is a more formidable task. We have experience of traveling in Europe, and we can see that Ukraine is a far cry from European countries in terms of infrastructure. We have good infrastructure in cities, but of course cycling infrastructure is missing in small communities. Of course, you can do some minor road reconstruction. You can organize some green points. It doesn't have to be something expensive. You can just install a table and chairs. Guidebook, maps, and booklets. Tourists are in need of such materials, and you can use them for advertising and promotion. Whenever we travel in Europe, I would always fetch a tourist map at a hotel because I always want to know what are some of the interesting sites that can be visited. Branded products, like Legends of Ponesia, we have cups, we have hats and some other souvenirs, and I think that it would be nice to have some craft-made products as part of branded products as well. For example, a jar of handmade jam, and events are essential as well. So basically we're talking about the concept of 3Z. You need to accelerate. This is last slide, by the way. It's about the 3Z in Ukrainian. So you have to interest your client. You have to make your offer unique. You need to retain this tourist. You want this tourist to stay with you for a bit longer, and you also need to fascinate your tourist. You want your tourist to be your messenger for you. You want them to do advertising for you. Well, thank you for your attention. If we have some time left for questions, I will be happy to take them. Thank you, Serhi. Well, unfortunately, we don't have any time for questions. We are about to have a lunch break. Friends, here you can see a screenshot of my Facebook. Text me, knock on my door, and I will definitely respond. Thank you once again. Thank you for the invitation. Enjoy the rest of the day. Friends, time for lunch. But let's be quick, because we are a little bit behind the schedule, so we need to catch up. Well, you should Friends, we are ready to start our next plenary section. And please fetch headsets if you need interpretation because we're going to have one speaker from Slovakia. You can find the headsets on the table behind the technical support zone. Friends, not everyone is here yet. I think that someone is still finishing their lunches. If you have just joined, I would like to remind you that we are about to start the next part of our discussion. And since we have one speaker from Slovakia, please fetch headsets if you do not understand English and you require interpretation. So let's get rolling. My name is Ivan Zinovian. I will be moderating this specific plenary section, and the focus will be on cross-border signage and information. I would like to start with a short background story. We encountered this problem, or rather issue, as part of our project implementation. And you remember that the title of our project is Bike Accent, Cycling Availability or Accessibility Connecting Territories. And within this project, we want to signpost trans-border or cross-border cycling ways. So we will be talking about how we can provide marking for cycling ways? Do we have appropriate legislation in place in Ukraine? And what should be done to integrate our cycling network into the European cycling network? Because, of course, we want to have synchronization between cycling signs in European countries and in Ukraine. We want them to be easy to understand. And for this discussion, we have Ms. Vera Stupakova. She is from Slovakia. She represents the Kostitras bicycle group. They are our partners within the implementation of the Bike Accent project. And Mr. Alexander Bursanov, who represents the Carpathian Trails organization. We will start with Ms. Vera Stupakova, and she will tell us more about cross-border settlement of cycling routes in Slovakia and how that can be synchronized and harmonized with Ukraine. This part of our forum will comprise two presentations, one presentation from Vera, one presentation from Alexander, and then we will have a Q&A session. If you have any questions or comments, you will be able to articulate them a little bit later. Vera, the floor is yours.
are all good questions. What should we do to make sure that the signposting and marking systems are understandable for cyclists? I suggest that first we listen to Alexander, and having taken into account all the ideas we have heard from Viera, and also incorporating the current state of affairs in Ukraine, we should think about how we could combine and make it all into a good mix. So Alexander, please carry on, and then we try to draw conclusions and involve the room into a discussion and try to decide whether the things that have been voiced have the right to be implemented into life, or maybe there are some other ideas as well. Could I please ask for my presentation to be launched? Thank you. Hello, everybody. So I first created one presentation. Then when I saw Vera's presentation, I decided to simplify mine. And I will just talk more about our Ukrainian standards. So here is the question to you. What do you think? What does this sign mean? Do you have any ideas? 5 kilometers and 11 meters. Well, this is a sign from the present date state standard. What about this one? What does this mean? But it's understandable, right? It's clear that it's a bike path because you see a bike. You see the direction to follow. So these are the two simplest signs that are used for signposting the ways. This is out of state standard of Ukraine, and this is our system, the system that we stick to. So what is the matter? Indeed, let me try to explain that. In Vera's presentation, these pictures that you saw were the examples of the signposting that our organization prepared. The tables, the texts were on the rules provided by the state standards. That's why maybe some of you might have failed to understand why these are different. So I will try to briefly explain what the state standard consists in. In the world, there are a couple of approaches to signposting and marking the ways. There is one based on color, the other based on numbers. The number-based one is more popular with Western European countries, but the most popular one is the color-based signposting principle. And the designers of this standard say that this is the best system in the world because they have combined both of these approaches. Because for them, the color of the route means the way of progressing through the route, but this cannot be found anywhere in the world because yellow is pedestrian, green is cycling, as Vera mentioned, red is for skiing, blue is for water, and one more for horseback riding. Horseback riding, of course, is a separate point. Skiways are hardly ever marked in the world and usually marked by signal collars, and the signs are installed in a different way. So the most prominent two kinds are the pedestrian and the cycling one. And here is the table illustrating what the signs should look like. But the routes in themselves differ based on numeral references. So there's a super complicated principle that is used there. So regional ways are numbered in one way, local in a different way, national in still a different way, and the main argument behind the logics of the developers was that since the colors
the color-based system is limited, it does not allow for scaling up a variety of routes. But even though we have examples from Slovakia where they marked 15,000 of cycling paths via colors, so it's not about the colors and their limitations, but about the quality of preparing the signposting, and numbering principle does limit the number of ways, because you know how vast the territory of Ukraine is. I suppose all of you realize that we have a much bigger potential than 10 national cycleways, and you can see that the principle here, the numeric principle here, limits us down to a certain number of routes. And in the Carpathians, we already have 1.5 times excess of the numbers of route than what was recognized by the standard. And this is there's a footnote here that because there's not enough of numeric space here, you should also add ABC letters to delineate between the ways. So you need to keep in mind the number and the letter. So it's all very complicated. It's complicated to relate to people. It's complicated especially to communicate it to the officials, because when it comes to the competency levels of the designers of these standards, what they've done, that there's a numeric range for each region of Ukraine, and when the standard was being registered, they actually forgot one Ukrainian region, the region of Mykolaiv. And when I raised this issue with the Commission on a national level, it took us 3 years to introduce the change, and finally the numbers for Mykolaiv region also appeared in the standard. So basically all standards in Ukraine are have a recommendation character, so they are not binding, but at the same time a group of officials said that we should still follow the standards, we should stand by them, and for a longer while this this contributed to a certain hold in the development of signposting, but still there's a letter here from the Profile Ministry that ascertains us that there's only a recommendation character to the standards, and we can use different systems, other different systems for signposting and marking. And so our priority, and this is very important, is to be aware of the interests and needs of the end users. So the marking and signposting needs to be understandable to tourists, not for designers, not for officials, not for anybody else, but for tourists. So we want to simplify it to the extent that this is possible, make it intuitively understandable, make it comfortable, and I'll try to bring some examples, to showcase some examples. So this is what the signposting really looks like in reference to the standard. Intentionally, I used the pictures from one area. So all of these signs are located within the area of 20 by 20 kilometers in the Lviv region. Basically, it's the only region in Ukraine that uses the standards on a systemic basis, and you can see how different these signs are, how the visibility differs, how it would be impossible to even read it when you're riding a bike, and with time, with under the influence of weather, these would erode completely. I wasn't able to hear you, sorry. The interpreter won't be able to hear without the mic. So when we came across the problem that it's very difficult to use these figures, and right bottom corner you can see that they are trying to put up signs in the bushes or nail them to the tree trunks, but it's still worse than drawing with paint or painting, because it's easier to damage it or to steal it. And since this standard is intelligible even to the people that is not legible to people that use it, we have here the top left corner. And if you remember Yuri from Mukachevo, this has something to do with him. At the bottom there's a picture from Rivne. They used some kind of pictogram to denote it as a pedestrian way. And it's from Transcarpathia. The right one is from Transcarpathia, far away from here in Perechyn region. The only marked route in Transcarpathia, actually. You can see that the size of the font raises certain questions. The shape of the signs is different. We don't understand which one is supposed to mean what. And basically, I don't know who was a subcontractor who did this signposting, but the signs were similar to the ones drawn in the standard, but in reality the path was marked by green marks without the numbers. It was complicated to put them on, so why do it? So basically in this area the pedestrian paths are use the color-based principle, and there's chaos for pedestrian and cyclists because people don't understand whether this is to be this is a passage to walk on foot or to be cycled on. That's why we don't use this state standard, and right now we are hoping that we will be able to elaborate a set of recommendations within the frame of this bike accent project. We will try to introduce changes to this standard to maybe make it a little bit more organized and disciplined. I will comment upon a few things here. So ultimately what Vera said matters, and this is what we put onto the maps, because the signs in themselves, you can see a pictogram of a cyclist. It's in the same color as the ones used for the route. We try to use the map right below the signs so that people can know where they are located on the map. They can understand that to the left is the red route, to the left is the blue route. So it's a color-coded principle which is used almost everywhere because it is the simplest way to explain to people where to follow or how to connect sections. And at the same in the same maps, we provide the information about the landscapes, the altitudes, about the types of surfaces, the recommendations about season and weather when progressing through the route. We don't have it in the signs, as Vera said, but we present it on the maps, and there's a legend explaining what each sign means. And you have to remember that in tourism, things need to be comprehensive and interwoven. So this legend that is available on site needs to be replicated in printed materials. It also needs to be available in open data, open street maps. We also provide references to Google Maps, and we'll also try to turn out our own products, especially navigation apps for smartphones and so on. I don't know how far along in terms of the time we are here, but if there are questions, we'll be happy to comment. Do we have any questions from the room as based on these two presentations? Do you have any ideas? Perhaps you have come across similar issues before. Maybe you can give us some advice. And I also have a question to Alexander. How do we lobby this issue on a national level? How can we as cycling activists to make sure that this mechanism is operational and that this system is brought to life? Well, as I said, on the national level, we tried to tackle this issue back in 2016 during the sitting of our intergovernmental working group. But since then, many changes working groups hands. It takes time, it's complicated. But the State Agency for Tourism is aware of this problem. Respective deputies are also aware of this problem. We are going through the consultation rounds right now, and we will try to introduce changes to this standard. I don't know how speedy whether that's realistic. Yes, that is realistic, and it should get done, so I think we'll get it done. Just some 3 weeks ago, I went along with the representatives of national parks from Poland during their trip in our Carpathian National Reserves, and they have a similar color-coded system, very similar, and all of them, all of these people paid attention to the problems with our system, and they drew our attention to this, saying that imagine Polish students coming to Ukraine and trying to make out what these signs mean. So I agree with what Vera has said and what Alexander has said, that this system needs to be intuitive and friendly both to European tourists and to our tourists, and they need to have at least a certain resemblance to European standards and principle use. Thank you so much, Sri. There's another comment. Hello, it's a comment and a suggestion. So the first thing that I think should be done after the conference is over is lend a helping hand to a new curator for the area of tourism of Ukraine, since tourism was moved from the Ministry of Culture to the Ministry of Infrastructure last week, so it would be maybe easier to access this. I think that we should ask for 3 things to get done. Number 1 is to revive this interagency working group. I can give you a written list of these tips later on, because it's the only group that can work as a platform for representatives of different sectors. And during the first meeting, we should get down to the execution of the one point of the strategy for the development of tourism in Carpathians that was approved by several governments at the City of the Carpathian Convention, that talked about the fact that we need to create a single signposting and marking system for all the 7 Carpathian countries, and this should set in motion certain actions and revisiting the standard in that respect.
This is something that we can do at our conference, and maybe this is the only thing that they expect of us. Thank you, Valentin, but I have a return question to you as well. How does it fit into the existing national standard that we have in Ukraine? Well, the answer is very simple. You will hear the same from Alexander. Any national standard of Ukraine has a procedure for review and improvement. So such an intergovernmental task force can submit a proposal to the Ministry of Infrastructural Development with a request to review and update a specific national standard. There's a review committee or whatever it is called. So there's an in-house body that is responsible for standards review and update. Any other comments? There's none. There is another raised hand. Go ahead. Well, we understand that in Slovakia there's an NGO or a group or some sort of organization that is responsible for maintaining the signposting. What about Ukraine? Opishnya, they have some beautiful signposting there. They installed it in the springtime, but then I went there in the summertime, and apparently people decided to test the durability of those signs. So some of the signs are not there anymore. So who is responsible for signage maintenance in Ukraine? Is it the responsibility of this Opishnya community, or maybe there are some controlling bodies that visit once a year and check for the availability of those signs? It's a good question. When we are talking about the signposting of tourist routes, the issue of maintenance, I guess, is even more important than the signage itself. Even if we have ideal conditions and there's no vandalism that the colleague referred to, we still need to clear the routes from time to time. So it's not only about refreshing the paint. You need to clear the ways and routes from logging residue and windfall. We use some special techniques for our signs, and this technique is quite durable, so it can basically last for 10 years in terms of appearance and brightness. But as for who should be responsible for maintaining these signs, basically we installed the signs. We have a partner, Veloforum. We installed the signs in late November and then December last year, so we installed the signposts themselves. In the spring, in May, we went there again to install some maps, and unfortunately some of the signs were not there anymore. So we had to restore some of them in an urgent manner. Later I was informed that some additional signposts went missing as well. I would like to share our experience from the Carpathians. We've been signposting routes there for upwards of 10 years. It's a common practice in our country. Whenever new signs emerge, the locals do not understand what they are for, and so they tend to damage these signs, but over time they get accustomed to them, so we just need to restore and reinstall these signs in a rapid manner. And when you do it the second time or the third time, we can see that the rate of retention is much better. So some of the signs have already been there for half a year, and we also try to do some awareness raising and outreach in the local communities. We could not include components and spare parts into our budget, but we nevertheless produced some spare parts, and we left them in Opishnya. So the issue of maintenance is still a big question mark for us. It would be fantastic for the local organizations to do that, like Velopoltava. I'm not really sure whether the local organizations have the necessary technical capabilities and some other ones as well. I don't think so. I guess they rely on the resources from the regional authorities and the local communities. But it's all a matter of communication and interaction. I do have faith that we will be able to sort this issue out in the future. It's just a matter of goodwill and interest. The Opishnya community is a model to be followed by other communities. It's quite a proactive community, so we will definitely have more communications with them to understand and be on the same page in terms of who should be responsible for signage maintenance. But if we have a look at the experience of our colleagues in Slovakia, Poland, and the Czech Republic, we will see that in these countries, NGOs take care of signposting and marking. For example, this Slovakian cyclist club, or we have our organization, Carpathian Trails. NGOs are usually more flexible in comparison with the public institutions. And in the context of tourist ways and routes, the issue of territorial division does not really work. This is something that Serhiy referenced as well. We have the Carpathian tourist way. This is the way that we signposted. It covers 4 national parks, dozens of communities, dozens of forestry enterprises. If each community and forestry enterprise is responsible for their small section, it will not work. So there's a specialized NGO that has the right capabilities. It's all about the holistic approach, but at the same time, there's a need for partnerships. The Slovakian experience is a testament to that. So in Slovakia, they have appropriate legislation that creates some opportunities for these NGOs and clubs. So these signs are on their balance, but they also sign agreements with the land users and landowners. We need to understand that it takes more time to design and document a tourist route. Like in the Czech Republic, I was told that we had to produce a lot of signs from the get-go, because usually the bureaucracy is a lengthy process. That's the experience of the Czech Republic in the past as well. So it's good that we can explore the best practices in other countries. We don't really have to make the same mistakes that they did in the past, and that's what we are trying to do. As for the appearance of the signs themselves, this is something that you heard from Vera. In Poland, only the travel time is indicated. The Slovakians and the Czechs indicate just the mileage or the length of the route. Recently, we had the Czechs, the Poles, and the Slovakians within one workshop, and organized by LESA, and they started comparing. Some indicate travel time, some indicate the length. For beginners, it's easier to be guided by the travel time, but if you are a more seasoned cyclist, then they are aware of their fitness level, of their pace, so it's easier for them to use the length as a guidance. In Slovakia, they use the Slovakian language, and in Ukraine, we always use transliteration, so we mark everything in letters to make it easier to understand for foreigners. So it's all about acquiring best practices and replicating it in our country. Я дуже перепрошую, хочу Well, as Vera rightly said, otherwise we will not succeed. Routes will not be restored and refreshed. We will not have appropriate signposting and marking. I cannot hear what the participant is saying. I would like to illustrate one simple example. Once I was talking to an experienced person in charge of the organization responsible for maintaining tourist ways. I asked him about the biggest mistake, and he said, some guys from the cycling association came to me, and we refused to cooperate with them. That was my biggest mistake in the past 20 years of my professional life. So if we're talking about Velopoltava and some other organizations, well, definitely there's a need to cooperate. So if there's a cycling organization in a specific region, then definitely we need to bring together cyclists, pedestrians, and their associations and clubs. Thank you. Any other questions? Well, if there are no questions, then you have half a minute for some final comments. Vera, you will be the first one. to wrap up our discussion. Well, the only thing I can say is that I'm fully supportive of Valentin's last remark. If there are some local assets and organizations who are ready to signpost their ways and routes, we are ready to lend a helping hand because we have enormous experience and expertise. Within our discussion, we talked about the appearance of signs, but this is easier than the methodology for installing signs. So once again, we are ready to share the wealth of experience that we have in order to promote cycling. I have a brief comment. Within our bike accent project, we would like to develop a methodology that we have been discussing in the last hour, and we would really appreciate your inputs and feedback. If you have any ideas on how it can be done in the best possible manner, how to synchronize and harmonize all our efforts, please forward them to us. You can write to NGO Forza. You can also approach me from the Initiative for Social and Business Initiatives, and we will be more than happy to engage you in our animated discussion on the development of this methodology. This is the methodology that we want to implement in the trans-border region of our country, but then we want to replicate it throughout our country. Thank you. This is the end of this panel discussion. And a big thank you to our speakers. Hello. We will continue our cycling tourism topic, and we are ready for the next lecture. In Ukraine, we have a federation that deals with cycling tourism development at national level. So I want to give the floor to Mr. Taras Pokholuk. He will be talking about cycling tourism projects of the Federation of Sporting Tourism and the European Week of Cycling Tourism. He is vice president of the Federation of Sporting Tourism, and he also represents and chairs the same organization in Lviv. Greetings, everyone. First and foremost, I would like to express my gratitude to the organizers for the invitation to the Veloforum. To the best of my knowledge, the Federation of Sporting Tourism is participating in such a forum for the first time, so it's a great opportunity for us to spread knowledge about our organization. Just one point of clarification. I am vice president of the Federation of Sporting Tourism, and I'm also the head of Cycling Tourism Committee at the Federation of Sporting Tourism of Ukraine. Within my presentation, I would like to familiarize this audience with some important issues, and through you, I hope to reach out to cycling enthusiasts, people in love with cycling. I want to encourage all of you towards tighter cooperation with the Cycling Tourism Committee of the Federation of Sporting Tourism. The Federation of Sporting Tourism of Ukraine has been operating for a long time. It was established back in the Soviet times, but it was revived from ground zero basically in 2001. It's tasked with developing the following types of sports tourism. You can see the list on the screen, and that includes cycling tourism. The structure of governance of cycling tourism within the federation is a typical one. So we have the assembly, then the president, we have presidium. The presidium includes all committees responsible for specific focus areas. And we also have cycling tourism committees in our territorial organizations. On this slide, you can see the main activities of our cycling tourism committee, sporting cycling tours, and you can even be granted some sporting titles and ranks. Like, for example, I have the title of the Master of Sports of Ukraine. I received this title because I was responsible for some complicated cycling tours in the Caucasus region, in the Ural Mountains, and Pamir. You can also receive sporting titles for participation in all sorts of competition and contests on an annual basis. We have nationwide championships and tournaments under the auspices of the Ministry of Youth and Sports. But today I would like to place emphasis on mass cycling tourism events organized by or under the auspices of the Federation of Sporting Tourists. And I want to draw your attention to such an event as gathering. And participants of such cycling gatherings during a week or a shorter time can explore the region where this gathering is taking place. So the logic is as follows. The organizers set up a camping site. It can be a permanent camping site or sometimes a temporary site is established for this gathering. This camping site features all conveniences and amenities for the participants. Participants have to pay for staying there, but of course the prices there are much lower than in permanent campsites. If it's a municipal campsite, the organizers negotiate with the local authorities because the local authorities can use such a gathering to promote their region. Usually such gatherings attract participants from multiple countries globally. So it's all about tourism promotion and territorial development. So usually local communities are cooperative. They meet the organizers halfway. They offer some discounts and bonuses for such gatherings. Besides, the organizers offer routes for each day. Usually these are circular routes, so you start from the base, from the campsite, and that's where you return by the end of the day. These routes vary in lengths. Every day participants are offered routes ranging between 40 to 100 or even 120 kilometers. It all depends on the fitness level and preferences of participants. The organizers provide for signposting along these routes. If those routes are not signposted in other countries, signposting is present, so usually participants of such gatherings just receive maps and they can easily navigate. Usually the organizers also provide some guide tours and escort staff, those people who can maybe even tell the participants a little bit about some interesting sites or landmarks. This type of events is quite popular in the Federation and among our members. In the past 10 years, we've been proactive in organizing such gatherings, and we have already conducted about 8 nationwide cycling gatherings. You will hear more details a little bit further down the line. So we started in May 2012. That was the first time when we conducted such an international gathering in Lviv region, and you can see that that happened in the village of Zibolki in Zhovkva district. You might have heard of Zhovkva.
We back then hosted the representatives of Poland. There were 2 representatives of France, but all the rest were Ukrainians. But later the popularity of such gatherings went up. So, for instance, in September 2013, right before the occupation of Crimea, we managed to organize quite a large scale gathering in the village of Malay Mayak next to the city of Alushta that accommodated 188 participants representing Ukraine, Poland, and France. Majority were actually Polish. In the gathering, the program was quite interesting, intensive. We traveled Crimean mountains, we visited Crimean palaces. There were also bus guided tours for those that wanted a day's rest. Similarly, in 2015, we hosted the third international gathering for cycling tourists, and it was for the first time that we hosted the European Week of Cycling Tourism within the frame of the week for the international organization that unites the cycling enthusiasts of this kind. The fourth gathering took place in June 2016, close to Uzhhorod in the village of Onokivtsi, and the routes were nearby Uzhhorod. Afterwards, another gathering took place in Vorokhta in the region of Ivano-Frankivsk, and at the time we climbed Zaroslak on bikes, and later we arranged an ascent to Hoverla, and then next week we went to Drahobrat. So the routes were quite complicated. The regions are mountainous, and the surface wasn't hard. Then the next gathering in the region of Kharkiv, and it was not too far away from the front lines, so foreign tourists hardly participated. Only a couple of participants came from abroad, and the majority were from Ukraine. And two more gatherings took place in Truskavec in 2019, where we enjoyed having the representatives of Poland, Slovakia, and Ukraine. And this year, after the pandemic, just recently we had a gathering in Khoten. The Committee for Cycling Tourism has participated in various kinds of international gatherings starting 1988. Back then, the first gathering of cycling tourists from socialist camp countries took place nearby Koshice village or town in the then state of Czechoslovakia, and Ukraine was represented by a delegation of 15 people. The federation in the present date mode did not exist as yet. The next gathering took place in Hungary, then later on in Poland in 1990. In 1991, the history of these gatherings came to an end. The final one took place in Ukraine in the village of Komarivka in the Lviv region, and I still have this baton from this last meeting that was the final one to be remembered. Similarly, in 1991, we participated in a European gathering organized by the Alliance of International Tourism that later on transformed into European Union for Cycling Movement, and respectively every next year up till 1996 we also participated in 6 more gatherings under the auspices of this union in the countries of Poland, Netherlands, Portugal, Belgium, and Poland yet again. Apart from participating in gatherings, Starting in 2010, we started participating in national gatherings in countries like Poland and Slovakia. Here you can see a list of the gatherings. I suppose later you will have an opportunity to have a closer look. Right now, I don't want to spend time. Um, the only thing I would like to mention that Ukraine almost always um, takes this very seriously, and Polish and Slovakian organizers were always happy to host us and to come and visit us likewise. You can see that every year we participated in at least 2 or 3 gatherings of the kind. Last year, yet again, almost all the countries canceled the gathering. There was a gap year, but this year, uh, many countries already revived the tradition. Poland had their gathering at the end of May. Unfortunately, we were not able to come because of the quarantine limitations and impossibility to cross the border. And also at the end of August, there was a gathering in Slovakia. I would also like to say a couple of words about the participation of the members of the Committee for Cycling Tourism of Ukraine in European Weeks of Cycling Tourism that we're initiate uh, where we have been members of since 2010, and we have participated. We have always been presented with a large delegation. There were always many French representatives. They were always in the first place, and we were ranked second. And an important remark here is that for us, we were always forced to travel quite far away to Belgium or to Spain or to uh, Switzerland. And there's a mistake. In 2014, we went to Portugal in the town of Mortosa, nearby Porto. Then next year, we were the one who hosted the European Week. In 2016, it was located in the town of Auch at the south of France. It was the 12th European Week. Next year, it took place in Luxembourg, in the town of De Kirch, later in Poland, our neighbors, and then in 2019 we yet again had to travel very far to Portugal. And usually we would always organize uh, big coaches that would transport both the cyclists and the bicycle, and on the way there we were able to drop in and see beautiful landmarks on the way, like Venice, Paris, Madrid. We made stops in all of these towns. We went on guided tours, so it was an opportunity to do sightseeing. And now I would like to illustrate all of this with a couple of pictures and videos. So this is our first historic gathering that was located in the recreational center of Rosenka, not far away from the town of Zhokva. And each gathering starts with a parade, with a cycling parade. Sometimes we are accompanied by police, sometimes we are just on our own. And in this way, we try to promote cycling and healthy lifestyle. And the official opening ceremony would always take place in the central square of the town. This is in the town of Alushta. And prior to the opening ceremony, we also had a cycling parade accompanied by police. And this ran down from the village of Mayak to Alushta, down the main road, and then in Alushta on the central square, the official opening ceremony took place. At that point, we had around 200 participants. The gathering that took place in Uzhhorod was planned along the river, along the banks of the river. How do I turn on the video? Seems I cannot play it. It's loading, right? So we are at the banks of Uzh River. Mainly we use cycling paths wherever they are available. And here we can see a wide sidewalk. So here's the opening ceremony in Uzhhorod. Another aspect is that during such gatherings, we always offer guided tours in the town that hosts the gathering. In Vorokhta, we were located in the recreational complex called Avanhard. This is in Chuhuyev, in the east of Ukraine. There were fewer of us. Seventh international gathering that took place in 2019, and we were hosting the members, the representatives of Slovakia for the first time. And they were happy with the fact that we offered quite complicated trails. As they like it when it's complicated. There were many representatives of Poland as well. So here is how we start the trip. And we always abide by the traffic code. This is the town of Drohobych, quite an attractive town. We also had a guided tour on offer, and this is the last gathering that took place this year at the foothill of Khoten Fortress, and the administration of the National Reserve decided to allow for us putting camp up at the foothill of Khoten Fortress. There were different routes on offer. Some of them were in the fields. We tried to pick the trails where the traffic is not very high or there's none. So during every gathering, for every gathering, we create special stamps, signature stamps, because many of the participants would have special record books where they stamp the events that they participated in. And here is our participation in European Cycling Tourism Week. And while the union was being transformed, there was a gap, and finally we went to the Polish town of Prudni, where the 6th European Week took place. Our delegation consisted of 12 members, and here is the opening ceremony in the central square of Uzhhorod. The organizers would usually have on offer all kinds of souvenirs, memorabilia, like t-shirts that every participant of the gathering would have. We also have abundant collections of signs, pins, mugs, like we received yesterday here. Next cycling week took place in Belgium, and it was extremely memorable because of the cold and heavy rain. Even though it was in July, we still had to wear extremely warm clothes because early in the morning the temperature was around 6 to 8 degrees. But there were also a couple of nice sunny days, especially the day that the opening ceremony took place. Here is a video. This is the 1st of July. The weather is nice. And this is our entire group. We are headed for the opening ceremony. So we were headed to the location for the opening ceremony, and it took place in the grand hall of the local university. And here, actually, in the video, you can see so here's a video as where Bay of Biscay. Let's move on then.
Here you can see the opening ceremony in the local university. The 12th European Week took place in France. It followed the gathering in Ukraine. We gathered in the town of Lourdes, and we had a great opportunity to witness the Tour de France cycle race. So you can see the number of cyclists. So you have escort cars first, then all the cyclists. The city of Lourdes is a pilgrimage capital of France. It's one of the most famous pilgrimage sites in Europe. So we would stop several times on our way. The city of Auch in France is in close proximity to Lourdes. All these structures and buildings are fascinating. Unfortunately, the interpreters cannot hear the voice of the speaker over the video. One more video. You can see us bicycling on the streets of Osh. This is our Ukrainian group. This is the closing ceremony of the gathering, the 15th gathering that took place in Belmonte in Portugal. There's some speech in Portuguese. This gathering took place in a mountainous area of Portugal. This is the region that boasts the highest mountain top in Portugal. It's located in the city of Belmonte, and there are about 12 neighboring villages around. They all are part of the UNESCO World Heritage List because they have some authentic medieval architecture. A wealth of fortresses, ancient churches. Here you can see a compilation of photographs from the Slovakian and Polish gatherings that we have participated in. This gathering took place in late April. That was a gathering in Locholaza, one of the Polish voivodeships, and the snow fell right before we arrived. So we had to ride on this asphalt-covered road that had just been cleared of snow. The gathering in 2019 in Poland was an interesting one. And this is a video clip from the 41st gathering of Slovakian cyclists. This is the last one that we participated in the town of Ružomberok. Slovakian cycling gatherings are quite different because there's always police escort. There are specialized cycling guides. Um, Cyclists always ride in a big group. They wait for one another unless someone wants to bicycle on their own. And they always offer a really rich cultural program in the evenings. Just one example. They invite some local performers. The Slovakian participants sing along. Sometimes they even start dancing. Usually such cultural programs take place in a big marquee or some other temporary facility. In 2019, we also discovered a new country for ourselves, Latvia. There's one organization there entitled the Club of Cycling Couriers of Latvia. We attended a festival entitled Cycling Day and Cycling Night in Kuldīzi. We received a great opportunity to ride our bikes on some picturesque routes along the sea. So here you can see a video clip of us bicycling on the sand along the sea. Today is the 23rd of August 2019, a masterclass on riding in the sand. From Riga to Jurmala, there's a neat bike path that is actively used by cyclists. It runs along the railways. And the cycling fest itself lasted until late at night. People from different corners of Latvia got together, upwards of 3,000 cyclists. Some of them were accompanied by their families and kids. And there were some interesting events and activities on the highway. That's it on my part. Thank you very much for your attention. I really hope that I inspired you for cooperation with us. Hopefully you are interested in participating in such gatherings, and I will be more than happy to answer your questions. Thank you very much for this interesting and stimulating presentation. I see that there is a question from the audience. Thank you very much for having told us about the various events organized by the Federation, most of them being such cycling gatherings and competitions. Who are the members of the Federation, and how can we join the ranks? I know that usually you put together a large delegation to participate in the European Week of Cycling Tours, but how can people join these gatherings or events? Anyone can become a member of our federation since we are an NGO. You just have to endorse our statute and share our values and activities. And you have to be above 14 years of old. On the website, we have an electronic register and an electronic application form. You need to fill it out and submit. Then it's considered by our territorial organization. And you just have to pay some membership fees. It's not a hefty amount. In our Lviv organization, the annual membership fee amounts to 120 hryvnias. And then we communicate this information to all our membership. We put together a calendar of events that we want to participate in, and anyone can submit a preliminary and then a final request for participation in this or that event. I really hope that I answered your question extensively. Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Good afternoon. My name is Anya. Did I get it right that you have your hubs all over Ukraine, right? So it's not only about this territorial organization in Lviv. There's one in Dnipropetrovsk region as well. How does it work? Do we need to contact the leaders of your regional hubs? Exactly. In most regions of Ukraine, we have cycling tourism committees at our regional branches. So there's a regional federation of sporting tourism comprising a cycling tourism committee. Most of our participants are from Kharkiv, Dnipro, Zaporizhia, Vinnytsia, Rivne, Chernivtsi. We don't really have that many participants from Uzhhorod or Zakarpattia as a whole. Zhytomyr is pretty active, Mykolaiv. So my point is that usually we have participants from almost all regions of Ukraine, but I've just mentioned the regions that are most active. I had another question, but it slipped my mind. Now it's back. The categories of tours and tracks. If such a tour takes place abroad, is there this mandatory requirement of successfully passing some easier tours first, like category 1, category 2, or anyone, even a beginner, can join you? If these are categories 1, 2, 5, and 6, so there's this classification of difficulty of cycling tours. This is the sporting aspect of our activities, and there's a typical sequence there, so you cannot really skip a category. So as a participant, you might be able to skip one category, but if you want to be a leader, you have to step by step successfully participate in all these categories. But once again, this is a sporting facet of our activities. As for mass events, they just require a basic fitness level, because you should be able to ride 40 to 50 kilometers on your bike. This is the extent of the requirements that we put forward for our participants. There's another question from Natalia. I know you from the European Week of Cycling Tourism that we held in Ukraine. I was fascinated by the scale of the event and the number of foreigners. It was a legit event for Ukraine. I would like to inquire about the plans of your federation. Have you planned any other events this year, or maybe there are some other future events that you would like to advertise and promote a little bit? Thank you for this question. Natalia mentioned one cycling gathering that she witnessed firsthand. Did you participate in the entire event? Yes. With the support of the local authorities, we were able to organize quite a good event. It received positive feedback from our French participants. They even published several articles in their big cycling monthly journal. They were not really impressed with our cars, with our roads, of course, but they were pleasantly surprised by the level of organization, the escort and guidance that we provided, and our hospitality, of course, was second to none. We reached agreements with territorial communities, and we had stops for lunch in specific communities. Some of the lunches were free, some were paid for, but we were able to provide our participants with a good package of meals and some other services. This was something that our participants had not experienced before. Maybe in Poland there were some free treats as well. So they were really grateful and appreciated it. As for our plans, we might have some local events this year in Lviv region. We conduct a traditional cycling rally along the ways of Rostocha to commemorate a person that contributed to the revival of Lviv and Ukrainian cycling in the 1960s. There was an associate professor from the Lviv Medical University, Mr. Miroslav Bazalevich. He promoted all kinds of cycling tourism, but with special focus on cycling tourists per se. And thanks to him, we have a good cohort of such cycling activists and enthusiasts. And we also invited people from other regions as well. We will organize this cycling rally in early October, the first weekend of October. And next year, should the quarantine restrictions permit, we will participate in the next European Week of Cycling Tourism. In 2020, this European Week of Cycling Tourism was due to take place in Bosnia and Herzegovina, but unfortunately it did not take place because there was a strict lockdown in place. The event was postponed until 2021. The applications were collected until May, but still there was no really certainty about border crossing. Most likely the participants would have to take PCR tests to cross the border, which is quite expensive, and so the decision was made to once again postpone it until 2022. As for our gathering, we will definitely have one next year in July next year in the vicinity of Lutsk. I'm talking about the all-Ukrainian cycling gathering. Thank you. How do you promote your events and projects? I'm not really happy with the way we do it because that would take multiple channels of communication. When I received this invitation from the Veloforum organizers, I accepted it right away because I know that the participants include people who fancy recreational or amateur cycling. But I understand that we need to be more proactive. We need to step up our promotional efforts. We have our pages in the social media. The Federation boasts its own website, but we need to be more innovative in the channels of communication that we utilize. Apart from creating events on Facebook and some other social media, I guess we need to engage more in face-to-face horizontal communication, because sometimes it takes only one person to participate in one of our events, and then many other people will follow. So I guess that this way we will definitely be able to reach out to a broader audience. Any other questions or comments? I have a question about cooperation with the international organizations. Which ones do you work with? Do you organize joint events? Our international cooperation started with the Polish Society of Tourism and Area Studies. This society started its activities on the territory of Ukraine 60 to 70 years ago. This organization comprises all travel enthusiasts who receive good privileges in Poland. So if you are a member of this organization, you are entitled to some discounts at hotels and shelters. The society organizes a wide variety of promotional events. Like, for example, they reached agreement with the Polish railways to offer this 1 zloty payment for bike carriage, because usually it's quite expensive to carry your bike with you on a train. So through our cooperation with the Polish organization in 1991, we resumed our participation in Polish cycling gatherings and Europeans alike. We also have close links with the Slovakian club and the Czech club as well. We participated in the Czech cycling gathering in 2015. We also established tighter links with the Belarusian tourism club. Some of their people participated in our gatherings, and Latvia is our partner as well. I guess this is the extent of our contacts within the Confederation. Since 2012, we've been a member of the European Union of Cycling Tourism with headquarters in Paris. And through this European association, we can tap into some privileges while participating in European cycling gatherings. Thank you very much for your presentation. We really hope that the number of such gatherings and participants thereof will keep growing. Thank you very much, and I guess we are ready for the next presentation.
So this year, the cycling forum takes place within the project of Bike Accent, cycling availability connecting territories, and we will learn more about this project from the co-organizer of the project and one of the organizers of the forum, Ivan Zinoviev, and also Lesia Loiko, a representative of the Agency for Sustainable Development in the Carpathian region called Forza. But since there's also one more interesting project on agenda, we will also have one more speaker who will tell us about the project in Veloforum district, and we will have Bogdan Kerlik, the head of Veloforum Village Council. Hello once again, dear friends. You have already seen us, heard us. You heard a lot about, and we have reiterated it on a couple of occasions, that this forum is taking place under the auspices of Bike Accent project, and we would like to tell you more about it, because the cycling forum is just a part of our larger cycling project, and we have 3 out of 4 partners on site. So we will be telling you stories. We'll take turns and we'll hope to make it within half an hour. It's a trans-border project, so this already speaks for itself. So we decided to make sure we involve the territories that border on where our colleagues from Slovakia live, and also the involvement of Transcarpathian and Ivano-Frankivsk region in Ukraine and two counties in Slovakia. The project has been going on for 2 years already. There are 6 more months to go. There are still further issues to be taken care of, even though we have achieved a lot. Sorry, so here are our partners. You have heard about the Center for Social and Business Initiatives of Yaremche a lot already. We have also heard from Viera today, cycling, Kostya cycling group from Priashiv, our organization Forza, and we have one more partner, the village of Ptruksha. This is the second village after the border crossing point between Ukraine and Slovakia. You can see that what the project was, the percentage that was financed out of granting program from the EU. So under the requirements, the partners are to co-finance 10% out of their own budgets, so we do not only contribute our own time and effort, but also we contribute the investment and the rest in financed or covered by the European Union. The aim of the project is the improvement of the accessibility of Slovak and Ukrainian transborder region for the cyclists. A lot has been previously done with pedestrians in view, and we can see that there's a certain boost in pedestrian tourism, but we also think that cyclists merit more convenient conditions for cycling both in Ukraine and in Slovakia, and also through Cycling Forum we try to promote bicycle as an environmental and friendly kind of transportation. The main tasks of the project. Do you want to carry on? Yes, we are partners, so we really like each other. We always keep in touch, and whenever it's possible to carry this on in an unofficial environment, so I will pick up from here. So our main idea and main aim is to create conditions for the development of cycling infrastructure both in Slovakia and in Ukraine. So main tasks of the project, main aims of the project, there are 3 sets. So growing the capacity of stakeholders or interested parties. So the people that want to do design of cycling infrastructure, they are our stakeholders. They get access to information on how this should be done. We also have a component on awareness raising that using a bike is great, it's environmentally friendly, it's a means of transportation that is much in demand, very popular not only in Europe, but it also grows in popularity in Ukraine. In terms of the activities within the project, we have 3 main groups. First is common standards and advocacy. There's a split between the partners. The first part refers more to our partners from Slovakia, Kostya Bike Group and village of Ptruksha. This is about the creation of cycling network in Priashiv and Košice counties. Next is the transborder signposting and marking, the topic that we have just discussed, the methodology of doing signposting and presenting information concerning all the important aspects, and how we elaborate a vision for it in our transborder region. Also, we have an issue of we have a magazine on cycling and borders that is supported within our project. second large component is on awareness raising and building potential and networking. So within the frame of this component, we have envisioned the creation of promotional video clips, shared events for meant for networking, the conference of a cycling forum where we are all located now, informational meetings arranged for the self-governmental bodies that have to do with the design and implementation of cycling infrastructure locally, and also shared training meant for planning and creation of cycling infrastructure in Transcarpathian region. The third important project is spatial design and documentation meant to improve on cycling infrastructure. And within the frame of our project, we have created two strategic documents. We will install small architectural forms for cyclists, and we will do signposting and marking from Mali Semenci to Uzhhorod, and informational system for our partners, and a bike point in the village of Trusha. Concerning the results of the project, we were thinking about how to consolidate all the results. So we will talk about I will talk about Ivano-Frankivsk region, and my partners will talk about other regions. So we have had 5 meetings with the representatives of self-governmental bodies on planning, designing, and implementation of cycling infrastructure, and taking into account the fact that there were quarantine limitations in place. We still tried to cover the entire region and to invite as many representatives of the neighboring communities and neighboring experts, as many as possible, so that they could later on replicate and implement similar initiatives locally as well. So concerning the results of these meetings, we have installed 5 bicycle points in Ivano-Frankivsk region. The locations are diverse. Usually the locations are the ones that are most popular with tourists, with cyclists, and we intend to create a network of cycling bike points that would attract the people that want to learn more about the Carpathian region and various picturesque locations. What concerns the concept for the cycling infrastructure in Ivano-Frankivsk region, I mentioned this already. These are about 2 documents, one meant for Transcarpathian region, another for Ivano-Frankivsk region, that are on the development of cycling infrastructure on site. There are no similar documents available in any other regions of Ukraine, because usually such concepts or strategies are meant for cities or special towns or villages, specific towns or villages, but this is unprecedented to be designed for regions, and this is what we intend to do for Ivano-Frankivsk region and Transcarpathia region, that will work as pointers and serve as tool for communities and for cycling activists that want to implement similar projects locally and how to replicate similar initiatives. For instance, in Ivano-Frankivsk region, in October, we intend to finalize this document, and a decree on behalf of the head of the regional administration will be prepared for the document to be adopted and approved, and we hope that by the end of the project we will have approved this document during the session of Ivano-Frankivsk Regional Council, and thus it will be recommended to be used by the communities, and whenever the communities have some ideas, they would be able to apply for grants and use the standards to implement their initiatives. Here's also a map, which is an annex to this concept. It represents a network of ways in Ivano-Frankivsk, split into 3: recreational, tourist, and transport. And we try to use the same color coding scheme as our Slovak partners use. You can see that this network is very extensive, and therefore the communities that boast having such routes located on their territories, they could make use of such map to do design and planning for their cycling infrastructure. I would like to note that these routes haven't been marked. This is just our suggestion, and this suggestion is something that has been developed together during the meetings with the representatives of communities, and this incorporates their suggestions concerning the directions and routes that they would have wanted to develop in their territories. Let's go on. And what concerns Transcarpathian region, there was also a concept for far-reaching cycling ways on the territory of Transcarpathian region. And at the end of the project, we intend for this to be connected to the cycling routes of Ivano-Frankivsk region and also connected to the Slovak part of the network. Let's move on. I just want to add that the foundation for this document was created earlier, so main roads were imposed earlier on the maps, and when we were working towards creation of this concept, we accounted for such things as safety, continuity, environmental friendliness, security, attractions located down these main roads. So what we do now, we are now overimposing additional information that has been submitted by communities, because what we're seeing these days is that many people want to do things. They want to implement bike routes. For now, they are just created descriptively. They haven't been marked, but we're trying to put it all onto one map, and this document has already been approved or at least presented at the Architectural and City Planning Council with Transcarpathian Regional Administration, and in June it has been approved and recommended for use by the communities. And the next step that needs to be done after we have collected additional information is approving this document during the session of Transcarpathian Regional Council to make sure that it has legal power. And our ultimate aim is that, as we mentioned yesterday with the head of the Regional Council, is that all of these achievements are taken into account when new roads are rehabilitated or undergo major repairs. What I failed to say is that we have almost 780 kilometers of main road routes from east to the west, from north to the south, and there are connecting routes as well. And I want to add a couple of words here concerning the strategic documents that our partners from U-Cycles are working on the strategy for the development of cycling infrastructure for entire Ukraine, and we are looking forward to the fact that these documents that are elaborated within the frame of our project on Ivano-Frankivsk and Transcarpathian regions are a part of this strategic document for the entire territory of Ukraine, as all other components are incorporated. Як ви бачите, ми намагалися все поєднати на одній карті.
they are cooperative and they allow us to visit churches on our way. On day 2, the route was different, Bereznyane and Perechin districts. These districts used to be separate entities. Now it's a single Uzhhorod district. We hopped on an electric train in Uzhhorod and traveled to Zagorod, and then from there we got onto our bikes. This is a route designed by Alisa from San to Don. That's the title of this route, but we covered only part of it. A very interesting site, the oldest oak tree in Ukraine on the territory of Uzhan Natural Park. Everyone was fascinated. We stopped at campsites. The point was to demonstrate some interesting sites. In the Uj Park, there's a campsite where you can spend a night for 90 hryvnias. So it's a hostel type facility, really neat huts, plenty of things that you can do in the vicinity. We continued our trip. We also stopped at the Arpad line, fortifications dating back to World War I. They were erected by the Hungarians, so we all explored the site, listened to the guide, and tried to build some links to the history of our land. We also visited some more churches, the Kostrin Church that was open for us. We went inside. There was a variety of experiences packed within 2 days. Voluminous new information, and one thought was battering my mind, the tolerance of people living in our local community. So there might be 2 or 3 different churches in the same village, but people get married, people peacefully cohabitate. At least this is the impression that we got. We had a stop at another location that was cycling friendly. Vitaly was our guide. We were treated to some pastry in a local coffee place. The owner of this coffee place made her own cake that is a symbol of the Uzhan community. And then we visited Alisa's place. It's a very nice and special place, cycling hostel, Dobra Nuch. There they are always open to cyclists, and some participants from Ivano-Frankivsk even told us that they would definitely be back with Alisa with their kids, because there are good conditions there for living, cycling around, being there with your kids. We were in a hurry. Vera was short for time. She had to go back home, but still we were able to listen to some authentic music from that locality. Our trip was over for some of the participants. We came back to Uzhhorod, and afterwards we were overflowing with positive and nice emotions. I believe that such promotional cycling tours should be organized for people to explore their land, network, and exchange experience. We want to encourage you to join our events. We will definitely provide you with all the links to the routes that we want to explore during our next cycling tours. During the tour this morning, people would ask me what else is of interest. We have an audio guide around Uzhhorod. Please use it. I would like to show a video clip. This is the video clip that Vera mentioned in her piece of the presentation. These video clips are available in Slovakian right now, but we will definitely prepare Ukrainian subtitles or even dubbing. Maliki Samblinici or Mali Berezny Ubla. It's a very cycling-friendly cross-boarding point, so you can cycle not only in Zakarpattia but also in the neighboring region on the other side of the border. We're almost done, only 3 minutes left, and we did a great job sticking to the time allocated. Це перше відео не про туризм, а про безпеку для велосипедистів, зокрема у часи пандемії. І тут також є інформація про На жаль, не можемо його зараз показати. Дякую вам за увагу. Are there any questions or comments from the audience? Nothing? Or there's one. I might have already asked this question from Ubla. There's a part of the Green Bicycle International Route, and it's been nagging me for a long time that it's not really marked on the Ukrainian side. It would be fantastic if you made a mental note of that and tried to do something about it within your project. So it would be good to install some signs from Ubla. It continues towards the Hungarian border. So my point is that something has to be done about it. I can see that a lot is being done in the Ush Valley, so it would be fantastic to mark this green bicycle route on the Ukrainian side. The interpreter cannot hear what Lesa is saying because she's not speaking into a microphone. The head of Veliki Bereznyany territorial community, and now we will hear more about their plans for the development of domestic and trans-border cycling tourism.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon once again. So today the Facebook remind me of something that happened 10 years ago, 18th of September 2011, when we first participated in the European Mobility Week as initiated by Forza. We also were participants of the descent from Volosyanka to Berezne. It was such a difficult descent for 40 kilometers. I never stopped pedaling. So we've been cooperating with Forza for a long while. So when I took my position, I realized that in the budget there were hardly any funds to pursue the dreams, ambitions that I wanted to. Then I was looking for partners. I've heard of transborder projects. First, I participated in a project of the kind in 2003. It was in partnership with Poland and called The Way to Democracy. And it happened so that owing to my good friends from Slovakia, I was approached by a head of the national park called Polonena, Jurko Bural. He's an activist, he's a historian, he's a creative personality, and he said, listen, there's a village called Litovska Teplichka, and 200 families or 20 families moved from Velike Berezne 200 years ago. And then Valik Voloshin appeared, who offered us a partnership with another village, and then with some other projects, and then we prepared applications and started winning grants together with Slovak partners of ours. One of the first projects was the creation of multifunctional tourism center in the village of Ubla. Now we have even bigger projects, and I would like to tell you about one of them. The thing that I want to tell you is what we intend to do and what we have managed to do. I will present in 2 years. I never used to be a big advocate for cycling movement, and Vitalik is well aware of it, and he's one of the activists in Berezne. People started saying that he was strange, but with the help of such enthusiasts as Vitalik, we started thinking, why wouldn't it wouldn't it be possible to make Bereznyane rayon or region a cycling region? And then the idea emerged to create the first cycling festival. First, we had 30 participants. In 3 years, we had already 120 participants. 30 of them were from abroad, from Poland and Slovakia. And then, when my friends from Stelchinsk tell me we want to uh, install a bike path along the dam using the old railway track, and it seemed such a far-fetched concept, but with time you mature and you think, if people do it, why can't we do it? And now with our main partner, Prashov self-government, but also the village of Ulij and Ulij forestry, and also Ukrainian partners, we have created a project application that has been successful. The infrastructural part consists of the creation of bike path from Velika Berezne along the dam, 1.8 kilometers long, but it's just the beginning. And during the first stages of the project, Vitalik and I were met with reluctance on the part of deputies and members of executive committee to try to even wrap their head around the idea of cycling movement. So we encountered the fact that the executive committee did not approve our project and design documentation meant for the construction of cycling path. They said, what kind of cycling path would we need if we lack asphalt for carriageways, and the utility and the sewers are leaking? And uh, then, after the head of the regional council, who was present here today, provided us with a letter of warranty that the regional council will offset the Ukrainian component of co-financing in the project. The first thing we did, we started planning cycling routes not only within our community, Bereznyane community, but on the territory of Uj Valley. So 3 communities are situated there. We intend to mark 240 kilometers of cycling ways of different levels. There was a question about green bicycle path, and I actually found the signs. They were stored in the archives, and I'll take a look and see and bring these signs out of the boxes and put them up. We created the routes in such a way that they complement what is already in place. We are all aware of this large route, green bicycle, that runs across 3 different countries. I wouldn't say that it's extremely popular because of its length and also because of the borders that need to be crossed. But in terms of this cycling path along the dam, what we heard from Alexander, the head of the organization Carpathian Trails, we would need to he talked about the cyclists meters, because later we would need to be held accountable for the results that our project achieved. So we will install the device that will measure the number of cyclists that have ridden down the path. So this is the actual state of affairs at the dam in spring. Vera and I went down there through Hombacha Lavka. So the dam is interesting in the respect that it's close to Velika Berazne, and this cycling path could be continued, prolonged in further projects, even where the dam is already over. We intend to design and produce 55 information stands. Carpathian Trails will help us out with this. We will do the beautification of 38 kilometers of trails that right now are not accessible in the forests, both within the park and within the National Forestry Enterprise. Uh, we don't know it. We don't know the situation with the park, because they are trying to find the person in charge. But of course, the awareness is in place that for the park to become attractive to tourists, something needs to happen, because over recent 10 years since their previous director passed away, nothing has been done. So once again, informational stands. We're supposed to also have a cutting edge website with some breakthrough technologies in place. I'm not really on top of this game, but the experts said that it was highly recommended. But this is where my focus is. I keep close ties with my Slovak friends, and I know that a lot of funds will be channeled for infrastructure in Ulic Valley. Why it's of interest? It's because Ulic County, over the mountain crossing Ruske Sidlo, there runs a cycling route from Poland. So, to be honest, I have ridden my car there. There are certain limitations, because there's an there's a body of water that's the source of potable water for Košice, but and this road that runs there is called Viva Carpatia, constructed still during the times of Maria Theresia, and there's just this one border crossing point called Ubla there. Up till last year, the Minister of Slovakia, Mr. Kaleňák, when talking about Uliv Zabrud border crossing point, used to say that he won't allow for another gap in the border. But by now the government has been replaced, and the communication has been forged. The head of the regional council, Mr. Petrov, really liked the idea, and we intend to have the meeting of an intergovernmental committee where both sides are supposed to voice their intentions to contribute to the opening of this border crossing point, which is supposed to be cycling and pedestrian. So what our community has done so far, we have earmarked the money for making plans of the territory and doing designs for the objects that will be necessary in the territory. So why is this border crossing point so attractive? So if you think about Lubnya Volosate, about this border crossing point between Ukraine and Poland, I'd say that the likelihood is not high, but 2 years ago, um, with the support of Podkarpatske Voivodeship and the efforts from Transcarpathian government, there was a breakthrough when the residents on either side were able to do the crossing, and a mobile border crossing point was installed, and an agreement was reached that for summertime, in the daytime, this mobile border crossing point would be operational. So if this Ulic Zabrij border crossing point opens up, this will serve as a gate to our community, uh, but to the Dobroden community as well, and this should grant an opportunity for the influx of tourists from Poland. Similarly to Ulic Valley and to Bereznyane, these are not very uh, economically affluent communities, and we are aware of the fact that this would grant an additional opportunity for commercial benefits for our entrepreneurs and our residents, and this is only possible if we attract further tourists. And this is what we are after, and we see different shapes and modes of transborder routes. For instance, we said that if people progress through Mali Berezny, they could go back to Slovakia if they like, or the Polish guys that have gone through Ruske Sidlo, they could go up and proceed to Volosate. So the human potential of an influx of tourists from abroad is extremely vast. So our task, apart from doing the signposting, marking, doing strategic thinking, uh, because and usually these are the grassroots organizations and NGOs who do it because you are experts in this, but on our part, our task is to extend the opportunities for the throughput of tourists into Transcarpathian region. We have 12 kilometers of border on Poland, and we have very scarce opportunities for border crossing. And we think that NGOs need to be the drivers to push the government forward, even though our government is after this, is willing to get it done. And we hope that this will allow for our dreams and ambitions to materialize. And then our Bereznyane community, Perechin community, our Transcarpathian land and Lviv, Ivano-Frankivsk regions that will also be conducive to cycling movement because of their opportunities. They will also work towards the promotion of our land, and this will allow for our residents to forge better economic livelihood for themselves.
Thank you for your attention. If you have any questions, I will be happy to take them. As for those signs, I will sort it out. Thank you for your presentation. Are there any questions or comments? I don't see anything. Let's clap our hands for the speaker once again. We will have a short coffee break. The next lecture will start at 4:45 p.m. So fetch some coffee and tea and be back here in about 20 minutes. Thank you.
дуже цікава презентація, як про те, як бізнес розвиває велокультуру. Ми вже багато чули презентацій від активістів, від низових різних ініціатив. Також чули презентації від представників місцевої влади і проєктувальників, а зараз
Friends, please be back and take your seats. We are about to continue. Alexandra Chuchko from Intellias, are you with us? Can you hear me? Yes, the sound is good, but we cannot see you yet. Hello, I can even see the room. Great. Hello, everyone. Just a minute. We will project your image on the screen. Tell me when to start. Sure. Alexandra, everything is fine. We can see you on the big screen. Let me share my screen. If it's too noisy, let me know. I'm on a business trip right now, but I really wanted to join the Veloforum and tell you more about a great project entitled Eco Mobile Summer. So I would like to share some of the memories from our summer. Hello everyone, my name is Sasha Chuchko. I'm responsible for corporate social responsibility at one of the largest IT companies, Intellias. And within my presentation, I will tell you more about one component of our cycling culture development. This year, we decided to go beyond our regular activities and push the envelope a little bit, and I believe that it can be a good showcase for other companies as well. This project doesn't really contain any special requirements. Everything is quite straightforward and simple, but nonetheless, you can yield great results that will be of benefit to the company, its employees, and the environment. Why Intellias? Within our company, we are very proactive, and we have received the U-Cycle Award twice, and two our offices received the award of the Cycling Employer of the Year. We participate in such competitions and rankings not for a tick. We believe that it's a testimony to the fact that we are on the right track. Last year, we obtained some valuable recommendations in the application process. So now we are full with new ideas of what else can be done. We are working on bringing all our offices up to the standard. So I thought that it would be neat to share not only how we apply for competitions, but what we do as an employer to develop cycling. A couple of words about Intellias. As I have already mentioned, it's one of the largest IT companies in Ukraine. It's a Ukrainian company. Recently, we reached this number of 2,000 employers. We have our offices in 7 cities. Last year, we opened an office in the city of Dnipro. We work a lot on the international market, and our area of expertise includes the automotive industry. A large number of our engineers design navigation systems, for example, in the auto-steered vehicles, and hence our interest in cycling culture, and that's why we try to shape a conducive environment for cycling within our companies. So you can see that one of our values is eco-mobility. We understand that apart from codes and releases, we are united by some other principles and values. Therefore, we started attracting more people into our workforce that are interested in cycling, and that was a starting point for our cycling endeavors. I would like to share one small example. It has nothing to do with the EcoMobile Summer. So as I have already mentioned, we've been working on cycling culture for a long time, and we have this tradition of attracting people that are cycling enthusiasts, and you can see some posters. You can see a photograph of the 500th employer, and he received a bike as a present. So my point is that what we do is a two-way street. This is something that we do on a regular basis. So there are two key components. We have favorable cycling conditions. For cyclists, we raise the issues of cycling as part of our hiring process, and this is what distinguishes us from other IT companies. It's one of the advantages that we believe we have on the market. And we also think that it's visual and something that can be easily remembered. This way, we built a community around us. This year, we wanted to do something more and go beyond our standard modi operandi, and we came up with this initiative of EcoMobile Summer. It included a wide array of activities aimed at popularizing and promoting cycling culture, both within our company and beyond. This campaign targeted several audiences, and we implemented it on multiple levels. Here you can see the target audiences within our project. People who do not use bicycles. We conducted numerous studies, and we tried to understand why people don't want to use bikes. The second target audience included novices, those people who have a bike, but there are some deterring factors for them to be more active in cycling. The third target group included experienced cyclists, the ones that participate in 100K races and travel long distances by bikes. And the last group included other people, for example, people who have a scooter. We worked on several levels. As I have already said, we conducted promotional, awareness raising, and educational activities. We wanted to encourage and motivate people to ride their bikes. So ride a bike and you will get something in exchange. We joined a working group on the development of a cycling concept. We shared our cycling expertise and experience, in particular in the area of navigation systems. As any IT company, we are well versed in designing IT solutions. A team of 3 mentors from our company provided mentorship to a group of students in Kharkiv who designed a mobile app for cycling newbies. There was a map there with available infrastructure marked, some tips, traffic rules, and some other useful pieces of information. So if you are new to cycling, you don't really know what to start with, you download this cell phone app and you can use it as a guide. More details on the EcoMobile Summer Initiative and what exactly we did. We organized 6 key events. We wanted them to be bright, vibrant, and welcoming. We wanted to reach out to as many people as possible. Some of the activities targeted our colleagues. We all know that the audience that we had most influence on was our workforce. So we announced IntelliBike Challenge to create role models that would demonstrate that cycling is great and possible, and we packed it all into this challenge. We announced a competition, and in 5 cities of Ukraine, we selected 5 ambassadors. We supplied them with branded bicycles, and their task was to bike around throughout the summer and share their experience. There was another condition. Those had to be cycling newbies. Those had to be people without bikes. So the task was to encourage them to switch from a car to a bike, or maybe they didn't really have their own vehicle and they could start using a bike for business and daily errands. To be honest, when we launched this challenge, we were not really sure whether it would be possible, whether they would be ready to bike around throughout the summer, day in, day out, for example, in Lviv. We didn't really communicate our doubts to them, of course. By the way, in the end, we made a present to them, their own bikes, but the challenge followed through. A lot of our ambassadors were really supportive, and one of our ambassadors participated in a 100K cycling race. And our colleagues from the Kyiv office accompanied her. They didn't participate themselves, but they just rooted for her on the route because she was a cycling ambassador, and she established some useful contacts and friendships as part of this challenge. And our ambassadors would cycle with their kids under bad weather conditions. They would have to carry their bikes up the stairs, down the stairs. They would often complain about having to overcome all these challenges. Whenever they went on trips, they had to carry their bikes with them. We did that to create some role models and promote cycling this way. We also organized in Telebike a flash mob to reach out to more people. This flash mob was available to everyone who wanted to participate. You just had to document your trips on Strava. We made some posts, and we published some photographs. It was an interesting initiative. We're not really sure how many people would join. In the end, we had about 100 or 122 people. This is a direct result that we achieved. Almost 10% of our company staff started using bikes through this challenge. But what is even more important, they started engaging their partners, spouses, family members, friends, acquaintances. So we covered a broad group of people, but we didn't really have to put in that much effort. Another activity is as follows. We realized that people were not really aware of traffic rules, or maybe they knew them and then forgot them. And we decided to organize a cycling school. Since we were not able to do it offline, we organized it online. So we told our people, you know how to cycle, join our cycling trips. It's an integral part of our cultural code. We always organize cycling trips and journeys. We bring together a group of people in every city. We find some interesting guides for the group. When I was a participant of such a cycling tour, I heard a lot of interesting stuff about cycle race, and some other things that you can do with bikes. It's a team building effort, but it's a good corporate social responsibility event as well. So we can use it to encourage people to make this first step in their cycling history. Usually this trip is 50K. If I know how to bike to work and back, I'm a little bit fearful to go further, especially if there are more seasoned cyclists. So during such cycling trips, we create a safe space for people to give it a try and test the waters. My colleague and I are planning to organize a 100K trip this year. This summer, we organized such cycling trips in 4 cities, more than before. In the past, we would have such trips only in Lviv and Kyiv, but this year, Ivano-Frankivsk and Kharkiv joined as well. So, as you can see, there's an upward trend in cycling culture development. You can also take your partner or spouse with you, and it broadens the cycling community even more. There's another thing that we did for everyone, a thematic viewing of short films. Short films are usually simple and relaxing. Our Wizard partners put together a compilation of such short films, and if I'm not mistaken, one of these short films will be screened tonight. I always recommend watching such films because it's a great opportunity to have a different perspective on means of transportation, on how the choice of a transport mode impacts our personality, what we can afford, what we can't do, how we plan our time, how we plan our routes, what we see or do not see in the city around us. We organized such a viewing in our office in Lviv. Well, by the way, I have a set of photographs that I will show a little bit later. In our Lviv office, we have a space in the inner yard, so we organized this outdoor event with all the right social distancing, and our colleagues from the Lviv office loved it so much that they wanted this event to be continued, and we had to organize yet another viewing. And we made this compilation of short films available to all our partners both in Ukraine and abroad. So it was a large gathering, a large viewing event. We even had a short moderated discussion. We discussed the short films with our employees and our colleagues from Wizard. There were some documentary films and also one feature film. Yet another neat experience that our people enjoyed. We received some positive feedback. People would approach me and tell me that they really enjoyed the films because they received a completely different perspective on things. So it was just a great opportunity to have a broader discussion and explore the impact of transportation on us as people. And yet another event that we organized in Telebike Space. You might know that the city of Lviv hosts an annual workshop that comprises NGOs, municipal companies, and some other stakeholders. They gather in locations and create something useful for the city. We decided to set up a cycling location. Something similar existed in the previous years. We just embellished and complemented this idea. For example, we had this obstacle course for children. There was a cycling workshop. We organized a cycling school in partnership with the police. So all Velo-related things were present there. Some activities took place in our office premises, and this event was stimulating and interesting as well. For example, there was an animated discussion between the participants and police officers. I mentioned this cycling school earlier, so sometimes cyclists are not cognizant of traffic rules, or maybe they have their own interpretation of the traffic code. This is a sore issue for a lot of people, so it was fantastic to have this live discussion with the police. Now we can see that it was a good idea indeed. This event was public and open to everyone, to all the participants of the city's workshop, and our staff members participated as well. Let me show you a number of photographs. I wanted to show a video clip, but unfortunately it's not ready for screening yet. It's still being edited. Later I will provide you with a link to this video. It should be released next week. This is a story of our ambassadors. They share their impressions of the challenge, and I think it will be a good opportunity for you to be exposed to our activities. So these are our great ambassadors, five of them, because the Dnipro office didn't exist back then. All these ambassadors spent the entire summer biking around day in, day out with their kids, without them, on their own, in their city and beyond. We also have a blog about it where we reflected their key insights. So I want to encourage you to visit our website and learn more about their personal stories. That's what Insta Stories looked like. Um, the participants of our IntelliBike flash mob made multiple posts. They would publish their routes. They would share who they were biking with children, without children, with friends and acquaintances. On our Instagram page, there's a compilation of such posts. Here you can see some photographs from our cycling trips and journeys. In my personal view, we didn't really have that many this year, but not that few. In comparison with other companies, I think it's a sizable group. Unfortunately, this year we did not support any external events. We didn't participate in 100K races or some children's events. In the past, the Intellias company did that on a regular basis. As soon as the quarantine restrictions are lifted, we will revert to that activity. Here you can see some photographs of the film screening. Uh, this is the final event. By the way, there was another interesting activity within the framework of this event. We posted a gigantic map of Lviv, and anyone could mark their interesting route, and they could use different colors to mark most common routes. And we are a member of the task force on the development of the Lviv cycling concept. We will post and put up this map in several other locations throughout the city, and the task force members told us that they would definitely take it into account in the process of developing a cycling concept. So as you can see, some of the hard results and outcomes of our workshop will be incorporated into the cycling concept and further improvement of cycling infrastructure in the city of Lviv. Here you can see some police officers that we really enjoyed conversing with. They resembled the police officers that we see in American movies, police officers who care about you. They do not take care only of cyclists, they're just patrol officers, but they are cyclists themselves, so they know a lot about cycling rules. We heard a lot of interesting information from that. I guess that's it on my part for now. Here you can see some links to my personal page on Facebook, to our corporate page on Facebook. If you are interested in our events, please stay tuned and follow us. And here you can see a QR code to the website of our initiative. There you will be able to find all the photographs and video clips. So this is the neat project that we came up with in order to promote cycling culture. I think that in the corporate world of Ukraine, this is the largest project of this kind. If you have any ideas or you are familiar with the experience of other companies, or maybe there are some best practices that you would like to share, do not hesitate to contact me. I'm sure that together we will be able to do even more and go an extra file. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alexandra. Does anybody have any questions or any comments? This was extremely inspirational to hear the fact that the company is represented in multiple cities and they created projects of the kind on a national level. Basically, this is really meaningful, and other companies are probably taking notes of that. So, Alexandra asked if you have any interesting practices to share, perhaps to give some tips. We have some time for discussion if you're willing. I would like to say a word of thanks from Intellius because you were given a title of Cycling Employer of the Year in Odessa. I am very proud of your company and I really can't wait when we have a cycling tour in Odessa as well. This is a very exciting topic for us, so thank you so much. Yes, indeed, one of the countries that we actually applied was also was Odessa last year. Sasha, hello. I'm happy to see you here at Veloforum. I have already made a couple of slides and sent them, and we are about to start a big program and project, and we need some references for the sake of design. So we hope to be inspired, and it's visually very appealing, but also the content is great. So I would like to say a word of thanks to you. As a company, we are used to the fact that businesses support our activities. We do something and we kind of say, oh, these are our partners. But when the company puts up a project of their own, and when it reverberates with us in terms of values, when they try to ingrain these values into the corporate culture of the company, when it does not come from outside externally, when it has been suggested by us, we think that this is a true significance and true testimony to you being a cycling employer. And the question would be, what's next? Because it doesn't come down to installing bike racks or having shower booths on premises. Um, I think that you guys have been an inspiration in terms of what you have done, and we will take you up as an example for other companies to follow suit. We've also had Intellius given the title of Best Employer in Kyiv a couple of years ago. I think it was you that used this uh, kind of beneficial strategy of giving a bike as a present to new employers. So let's plan some things for next summer, and we are in favor of such great initiatives. And there's feedback from our target audience, and this competition was extremely exciting last year, and this propels us to think further and to look for new ways to implement projects next year. Thank you so much. Once again, I hand over to Oksana. Thank you. I will be moderating the presentations of two more ladies, one of whom I met in Mykolaiv. Back then, I was really inspired by her story of Velo Sadeba, a cycling chalet, and the topic that she will present is the Transcarpathian Tourist Path. Good afternoon. So some of you might remember me from the cycling forum in Mykolaiv. Back then, I was carrying my dress for 24 hours with me, and I was not able to even wear it because we had a cycling tour on offer, and I was forced to present my project in dirty pants, and now I will finally have an opportunity to show off my dress. So I'm Alisa Smirna, and today I'm here in the capacity of the owner of bed and bike hostel called Dobranuch in the village of Dubrinici. It's a space that we have created for cyclists and other wonderful people. And today I would like to present a weird idea to you. Let me just try to get a grasp on this. So I wanted to talk to you about Transcarpathian Tourist Way. So what is that? Forza was the one who initiated or the founding father of the concept of Transcarpathian Tourist Way. It's one of the main pedestrian routes in Ukrainian Carpathian Mountains. It's located within the borders of the Transcarpathian region. It's 388 kilometers long and it's a part of European pedestrian route E8. It starts or ends in Ubla on the border on Slovakia. It runs along the mountains and it finishes at the Romanian border or vice versa, depending on your angle. In 2001, sometime in February, I believe, um, in Yavornik with Sashko, I organized a meeting that was entitled the meeting for people that are um, dependent on being in the mountains. Sashko was talking about the routes in the mountains, about the routes that he was going to do the marking for, and somehow the three of us came up with an idea that we should finally walk this path because it was the time of the quarantine. I usually work with German tourists, but there were none for 2 years. Serhiy is also an experienced traveler, but on the other side of the mountain. I also am experienced, but not in terms of the red line routes. And for one more member, it was just interesting and exciting. I So this is when this idea popped up, and immediately during breakfast we started discussing this. And when we went down, I wasn't able to fall asleep that night. So what I did, I was dividing these 400 kilometers into 11 sections, and we wanted to cover these 11 sections not at once, not 2 weeks in one go, but we wanted to stretch it out. Why so? Because the longer you talk about something, you post information about something, the more people you are able to involve, the more it's discussed outside your inner circle, the more promotional um, um, the more promotional effect you achieve. And we were waiting for the snow to melt. We hoped for it to happen in May, but in reality it happened in July. But still, we thought that May holidays were a good start. So we arranged a subdivision or a schedule from May to the day of tourism, and thus we divided into 11 sections. We created a passport for every section. So if you manage one section, you get a stamp and a pin that you can buy. Official opening was arranged not in Ubla but in Velika Berezna. So the Monday after Easter, that's why we didn't have any politicians present, because that would have been a terrible sin to be there. But the sinners that we are, we still embarked upon this adventure. So there were 50 of us. We went through Yavornik, then we went down to Dubovy High, and we decided that we need to cut a ribbon. We need to have a ribbon cutting ceremony. Why so? And first, I have never cut a ribbon before. Secondly, the ribbon was red, like our intended route, because the route marking is red as well. And we set out. So today I would like to present to you the cycling version of this. But here I have also a slide on Santiago, St. Jacob's path, just to draw parallels of these. I don't know when this happened. Our daughter was 5 years old, so it was 5 years ago. So we've been through down St. Jacob's path, which is 800 kilometers long. We had a guide elaborated by the Germans, but we were very stubborn and we decided to take the direct path via the mountains. In 2 days we got tired, therefore we remembered about this guidebook that we have, and we took the route suggested in the guidebook, and this is how we got to Santiago. And I realized that the cycling route and the regular route overlap. They run in parallel, and it doesn't make any sense to go uphill. You can take a roundabout, and if you opt for this route, it's also beautiful, it's also picturesque, and you don't lose out. And back then, when we took this trip, we also had a passport. We had this shell that was the symbol for this path. We received certificates that are intelligible to us. And we also wanted to do the Atlantic path, but then the lockdown began, and so it dawned upon me that if we did this pedestrian path, then we should also arrange for a cycling version of it. And when I shared this at home, that I want to create a cycling version for this path, my husband told me that it would take an idiot to take up this cycling version. And I said, well, you would be one, because last year or a couple of years ago you traveled with your bicycle down various mountain ridges, and back then he didn't even invite me along because he said that I would just kick the bucket right there. So you can see that there were quite many people, and for the cycling version you cannot afford having that many people because the people are different, and it would be difficult to arrange the transfer of bikes because it's the component that we provide for. And here's this line from Ubla to the Romanian border, and the main points when it was going to happen, July through September, because previously our pedestrian path was arranged in May and in June, and it was still snowy. On the 23rd of June there was still snow in the pass of Uj. So we decided that the best time to set out would be July. The route that was initially planned was to run in parallel to the red line. Similarly, now for the pedestrian version, we have added 5 kilometers of asphalt route. Here it was vice versa. We needed to remove some of the sections and add some of less complicated sections, so we did some adjustment. And it needs to be similar to Santiago de Compostela. There needs to be some kind of magnet, some kind of attraction presented at the beginning and at the end of the route. And I had 1 year to make it happen. to come up with it. Who was it meant for? Obviously, it was meant for the people that are not entirely sane, the people that don't necessarily want to ride on hard surfaces, but the people that are ready to carry their bikes over rocks. The stages were still, so to say, makeshift. I was still correcting some of the things. We set out at Ubla through a couple of villages going down to Ujok. It took us around 2 days. I will have a more detailed description later on. Here there's a combination of mountainous surface but also asphalt. There are a couple of villages on the way. There's accommodation available and also catering. From Uj Pass over Volovats Pass, it took us 2 days again. So it's in the mountains, it's quite difficult, but there's also a road down there and the field and the forest. So I came up with 9 stages. There were 11 for the pedestrian version and 9 for the cycling version. But the last one would really need to be updated, and especially the last one where things need to be changed because of the flooding and the damage that it has done. So perhaps this is meant for people that wanted to do biking in the mountains but never dared. These are pictures to prove that this is possible. Most of these spots I visited on the bike myself. Here's Lubnia and Svedovets, and this is our cycling transfer, but of course we will need to scale it up. Uj passage is wonderful in terms of in terms of the fact that you can take an electric train to get there, but later on you still would need to look for other transfer opportunities. We went to Patros on bikes. You can see some Svedovets pictures as well, and Knyahenia and the Drohovic stone. So basically there's not a mountain that you can not handle on a bicycle. Of course, what for? Well, to take good pictures, obviously. And what do you need me for? You need me because I like adventures and I follow them through. I am an organizer. I take care of things. I do the pedestrian version of this route, and I'm ready to finalize this route the way I see it on bikes. I'm ready to take care of accommodations, catering, food samplings, souvenirs, and so on. I like to entertain, especially cyclists, and I've been doing this since 2011. I love the land that I live in, and I'm all about cycling. So we have a partner for our pedestrian version of the route. This is our cycling chalet, but for the cycling version, we're still looking for new faces, new partnerships, new enthusiasts, new ideas, stakeholders, or prospective members and participants.
If you are interested, I will be more than happy to meet you, discuss opportunities for cooperation, savor some coffee, and hopefully we will strike some partnerships. Thank you, Alisa. Are there any questions? I would like to point out that back in Mykolaiv, I got inspired by your project in Bessarabia. We don't really have any mountains, but we can still have this cycling hut of chalet. So your projects are indeed inspiring, and I did some trekking along Borjava Ridge. There's this Chornohora sky race. I've been there, and I can testify that it's mesmerizing there. It's really amazing. I would like to encourage of everyone to go there, taste some blueberries. There are some really nice meadows and valleys there. The, what you do is of importance. Any other questions? How popular is your cycling chalet? What is the trend from the establishment until now? Do you see a growth? It's a very interesting question. I don't keep any stats, and I do it on purpose. I'm a chaotic person, so I really enjoy a little bit of chaos in my life. When we established this chalet, the idea was to target foreign tourists. That was back in 2014. I didn't really believe that that would be attractive for Ukrainian cyclists. But then we had our first groups from Lviv, Kryvyi Rih, Zaporizhia, and some other cities. And then I realized that even domestically, we have a young and not only young generation of Ukrainian cyclists, but last year we didn't really have that many of them. The chalet was used mostly for children's camps. This year we've had very few Ukrainian tourists, but surprisingly, we have attracted numerous foreign tourists, so-called globetrotters, people who are ready to travel to Australia, Georgia, the Carpathians, you name it, in different ways, shapes, and forms. I know how to travel to Georgia thanks to those tourists that we hosted in the cycling chalet. It's not that popular in Ukraine, but we are used as a magnet for foreign globetrotters. We still need to promote our service among Ukrainians because we would like to have more of them. But at this point, our location is not very popular, so you set off from Ubla and then you just continue. I mean, it's not that attractive, nothing special. Any other questions? I have a follow-up question. Did I get it right that this Transcarpathian tourist route is marked? It's fully marked from Ubla and further on. There might be some unmarked sections, but if you have a look at the maps, you will see that there's good marking. There are just two sections where the red marking was replaced with the green and blue marking by the Uj National Park management. So along two sections there's different marking, but if you have a map on your hands you will not get lost because the Carpathian Trails organization is doing a great job, so this route is well marked. How do you promote this route? Is there a website? There's a Facebook page? And you can also find a lot of info on the Podorozhuy travel website, but I think that Facebook is a main source of information, and word of mouth advertising as well. Any other questions? Thank you, Alisa. A great presentation. we have a little bit of time till the next presentation, or do we continue right away? If our speaker is ready, then we can continue. And our next speaker is Anastasia Stolpets. Let me introduce her. In Odessa, we were not able to organize mass events last year. So we decided to adjust it to the new setting, and we focused our efforts on cycling tours. But we had some strict quarantine restrictions. Vinnytsia was more progressive in this regard. You will hear more from Anastasia. It's a fantastic project, Vinnytsia and cycling tours in Vinnytsia. This initiative has a rich history, so Nastya, thank you, and the floor is yours. Greetings, thank you very much. Thank you for being patient and staying here until the very end. Friends, today I want to talk about Vinnytsia. I am from the city as well. I'm also a co-founder of the VinCycle NGO. We also call ourselves the Veloactive. Since I am a city with a powerful zing, I speak quite slowly, and I really hope that that will be fine with you. I am a Vinnytsia tour guide. I completed the tour guide school. I'm certified as a tour guide. This is my key specialty and professional activity. My job as a tour guide is quite tricky. Is it okay that there's this echo around? It's not very convenient, but anyway, let's continue. So tour guiding is a treacherous water because when you are trained to be one, no one tells you that before a tour you might have an argument with your partner, a family member, maybe you didn't have enough time to have some coffee, or some other unexpected events might happen, and you have to go to this group of tourists and present your city as if you were the happiest person on the globe. And it happens like that. The tour guides are very skillful at being present here and now. We always go to our tours with a big smile on our face, and we tell them, friends, you will really enjoy Vinnytsia on a bike. I really hope that I am a unique female cycling tour guide in our city. Let me figure out how slide switching works. I'm the only presenter today, but we have an entire Veloactive team in Vinnytsia. Cycling tours helped me establish some contacts with the cycling community in Vinnytsia. I started exploring how the cycling movement originated in Vinnytsia. We analyzed 13,000 photographs in our local museum to find the first bicycle image from the city. I didn't do it myself. I had some interns, 13,000 photographs, a huge archive, and we found out that the first bikes appeared in Vinnytsia in 1902. And I was really fascinated by how female cyclists rode their bikes. This topic resonated with me because I'm a fervent supporter of the feminist movement, and I was really fascinated by the fact that female cyclists were one of the first ones to start wearing trousers. They were called bloomers back then. And we came up with the idea of reconstructing the image of a female cyclist of 100 years ago. It was the first cycling tour of that kind. I had the appearance of a female cyclist in the early 20th century, and I had a very similar look and clothing. These are bloomers. Bloomers were named after Amelia Bloomer. She threw this challenge to the entire society, and she started riding her bike in wide trousers. They looked decent, but they triggered an outcry. But nonetheless, women continued emancipating, and now we feel fine on bikes, in clothing, without it, in any look, and with any clothing on. We initiated these cycling tours 2 years ago, before the pandemic. As I have already mentioned, I established some useful contacts with the cycling community in Vinnytsia, and we launched a school of tour guiding. At that time, I had been working as a tour guide for 2 years, and gradually I got lazy and I didn't want to walk around anymore. Why walk around for 3 hours if you can explore a city by bike much faster? I tested it in Uzhhorod. I spotted a bike at my friend's place, so I hopped on a bike and explored the city from a completely different perspective. When I was doing my studies as a tour guide, my final tour guide was a cycling tour guide in Vyshinka. It's a district of our city. Vyshinka means cherry. You know, there's the saying, a cherry on top of Sunday. So it's like this cycling tour is a cherry on top of a cake. Cycling infrastructure back then was not cyclist friendly in terms of weather conditions. It was the 26th of October. It was quite chilly and cool, but we weathered through. Three participants survived until the very end, and we realized that there was enormous potential in developing such cycling tour in Vinnytsia. Then the pandemic broke out. There were some quarantine restrictions. It was not possible to have large tours, but on the flip side of things, it was very useful to have cycling tours because we could limit a group to 10 persons. The municipal government started approaching us during environmental campaigns or sustainable mobility campaigns, and they asked us to organize some cycling tours. But there's one distinct feature that I would like to mention. We have an online map of cycling infrastructure, and it has different layers, one of them being a cycling route. So you can have a look at this map and check out all the cycling routes that we have, but the escort is mandatory. And I was lucky because I had a good team by my side who knew how to guide you around the city on a bike. We started with free tours as part of municipal events, but then we started offering these services on a commercial basis. We engaged corporate entities, companies who wanted to treat their employees to a cycling tour. Then these cycling tours transformed into bike rides around the city without any historical pretext. So some of these tours were focused more on telling tourists more about our daily life, because as you know, Vinnytsia has been ranking as the most comfortable city in Ukraine for several years, so we want to spread the knowledge. Why so? Here you can see a photograph of me with a caption, when a tour guide is too lazy to walk around. We position Vinnytsia as a city with powerful tang. There's this nice musical composition, intermezzo, and our first cycling tours were called Vinnytsia Cycle Chill. The essence is that we want to relax while riding a bike. We don't really want to tax our legs by walking around because they can foster positive changes. We closely communicate with the local authorities on infrastructural topics. Recently, some streets were closed down, like Rushevsko Street. Rushevsko Street links the downtown and a park, and within the context of a festival, we closed the street down. People started walking there, and they wanted this treaty to be tourist oriented and host fairs, food courts, and some other activities. So we came up with cycling tours, tours in green areas, recreational areas, historical cycling tours, Insta bike trips when we bike around and take photographs. When we launched these cycling tours, people started calling us and asking whether we could offer bike rental services. In Uzhhorod, to the best of my knowledge, the only bike sharing service is not present here anymore, which is a pity because whenever you come to a city and you want to bike around, you try to find some bike sharing systems. In the city of Vinnytsia, we started up our own bike rental. We offer our own bikes for our cycling tours, even if the cycling tours were free. It's a great opportunity for us to generate income for our NGO. It's a chance for us to monetize our services. It should be noted, though, that over time we discarded this idea, but while we had this bike rental service in place, it was a good supplement to our other activities as an NGO. I have already mentioned these escort marshals. It was something new and strange for the Vinnytsia locals because we would introduce these guys as escort marshals and people were wondering what that meant, but now they're used to it. Our first cycling tours targeted cyclists from Kyiv. They would arrive with their own bikes on buses, and then they would unfold them, assemble them, and we would cycle around the city. 17 people on bikes in the town. Such a sizable group does attract attention. And it required skills on our part to organize such a tour. And we received positive feedback. Everyone really appreciated the escort services. The city of Vinnytsia is quite small. It has many narrow streets, so we had to be very creative and imaginative about crossing this street. If we have children on our group, we had to be even more careful and take into account the existing rules. If you want to organize a cycling tour, you need to consult with the people well versed in cycling rules and those people who can help you design a safe tour because safety is above all.
For the night trips, this is an exciting opportunity because the city looks different by night, and we made sure that our participants had lights on that they can see. We also have a great recreational area in Vinnytsia called Sabaro Rocks. This is a great magnet for mountain bike aficionados. We also have an offer of historic cycling tour. I am sometimes, frankly speaking, disrespectful of landmarks. I don't think that landmarks or historic sites should be isolated from people. That's why I feel comfortable sitting in the lap of Shevchenko. And when people climb mountains, I never discourage them or disparage them, because I think that monuments and history are also relevant for us today. And I think that Vinnytsia has become the most comfortable in terms of ranking the cities. It's owing to our history. Vinnytsia was little known previously, but I think it has become so popular over 100 years. Is simply because we wanted to live comfortably in our daily life. And it's not about the ambitions, it's about convenience. And if the ramp has potholes, I want it to be convenient, and I want it to be right. If the garbage bin is too small for the amounts of garbage, then it should be scaled up. And that's why during this period of Belle Epoque, the period of beautiful time when the first tram connections were launched, when sewage system was installed, when the water pipes and water provision was launched on a systematic basis, this was the apex of the development. And I think in the same way, the historic guided tours are also in high demand. Now, a couple of facts that we share during our tours. Make sure you visit us, you will learn more. And we are also happy to have Next Bike sharing system operational in Vinnytsia, because if you don't have a bicycle of your own, you can just rent it, and it's in high demand in Vinnytsia. And this year, the number of stations increased dramatically because there was high demand on the part of Vinnytsia residents. And you need to take into account that our landscape is not flat, and many people say that you need to be in good health to really ride the bike with confidence, but of course it's nothing like Kyiv. Another thing that we introduced is leisure time in the city. And during the first months, our residents were really surprised to see us in the grass with bikes on quilts, arranging picnics. It was a revelation for both Vinnytsia residents and for our guests as well. One of our first tours, um, it was owing to the tours that we were able to build and expand the community, to unite this circle of people that are into bikes but also are in love with their city. And now I realize that almost all of the participants of our NGOs got to know us through guided tours, through learning new things about the city. And it's a pleasure to announce that we will have in 2 weeks another guided tour on offer, also within the city, but not downtown, but in one of the residential areas. And this is meant to demonstrate and to prove to Vinnytsia residents the attractiveness of using bicycles within the city, because we see a bicycle as a means of transport, as a mode of transport that could be used on a daily basis conveniently and safely. We are sure that both Vinnytsia and Vinnytsia residents and other towns could be convinced of this on equal scale. And when they come and visit our tours and spend at least an hour with us, this proves to them that cycling is possible, and then it's up to them whether they store their bike in the attic for many more years or start using the bikes actively. So here, of course, we said that we are cycling capital, and this is a bit ambitious for sure. But during the cycling forum in Vinnytsia, there was actually a cycling tour that was offered. Back then, I was not a cycling guide as yet. I wasn't certified as yet, and I hope that one day Vinnytsia will host the cycling forum yet again, and then I will be able to share with you our achievements and our gains. We have a lot of children that visit us, and these pictures are from our picnics for cyclists, and they were about taking trips down city streets, and then we um, picked a spot for picnic, and we would discuss the traffic rules that we encountered during our trips, and we would always have an expert at hand from, let's say, a profile department in the city council that would always explain to us how things should run and what laws we should abide by to make sure that we are safe and comfortable in the city. Concerning our Zen, I know that I feel stressed most when I'm using a bicycle lane and there's a car parked there, and this is a large fraction of my conversations with my therapists about how could we convince people to stick by the rules that they have installed themselves. Why we say is we install them themselves, because our self-government has been elected through the system of us voting, and if we haven't really been participating, then something must have went wrong, and basically our self-government needs to project the lifestyle that we are after, and if they don't, then we need to turn to them and need to try change things. So initially we felt like we were a buffer zone um, when there were some complaints from the community, but later we were able to refer the complaints further on to the government, and the communication routes have improved. And finally, I would like to say thank you for organizing this cycling forum. These topics that have been explored here are extremely important, and we have basically started tackling these points simply through history and because of necessity in our life, and the history of cycling movement is quite rich in Ukraine, and they are well known. Cyclists were quite notorious in Kyiv, who were riding down sidewalks and scaring ladies away. So if you guys have any questions about how we function in Vinnytsia, what we do as cycling guides, or anything else, I'll be happy to take your questions. Well, we have some time, and I would just like to say that I met Nastya through Instagram, and if you want a good example of an Instagram page, please follow Nastya, because they have a very appealing profile. They have a wonderful image of Vinnytsia projected. Well, this is my personal opinion, but I've subscribed. I subscribed half a year ago, and I follow you guys. I wasn't aware of this, so it's extremely pleasant to hear this. So please check out their Instagram page. And I have the first question, perhaps. So having marshals is a wonderful idea. We used to have marshals, so it wasn't very difficult to find appropriate people. But how is it that the marshals instruct the people concerning the traffic rules and traffic code? Do you do it before every tour, and what's the format? Yes, for sure. Usually the trip or the tour starts with me giving out smiles, thanking people for coming, and then I get out and a guy comes up. Usually it's Vlad over here, who is a marshal with us, and he's very grave and serious, and he says, right now we're going to refer to your safety. Please check your bike for any problems. Make sure that you have all the necessary equipment. Then he explains the signals that are mandatory for use, how we take turns, the fact that we don't overtake one another. We use walkie-talkies to communicate. Then he explains um, some issues about the safety of children, and then for a couple of minutes we try to figure out what the best speed for the group is. Our rule is that nobody is left behind. If the group is a bit larger, we have a marshal inside the group and at the end of the group, and if somebody is losing pace, then I need to slow down and I need to fill the pause. But sometimes it happens that the cyclists were not happy and not ready to move faster, and we were ready to adjust to such conditions. And marshals are always there if it's 16 bikes. For instance, if we're crossing the street, then the marshal needs to take everybody over. He's wearing a special jacket. He's fending off the pedestrian crossing from the cars. And even if it's a controlled intersection, and if the green light is over, marshal is still in place waiting for everybody to finish the crossing, because we cannot separate the group, because that's not the right way to go. And I think that our traffic culture has improved significantly over 5 years, of recent 5 years, and our drivers do not honk at us anymore. Well, sometimes some people could be a bit naughty in the group. Some people want to go faster, but I remind them that the tour guide is still first, and you cannot really overtake me. And this is the task of marshal, to make sure that he follows the dynamics of the group. Thank you for such a wonderful presentation. I've subscribed with your page on Instagram, and I hope to come to your tour one day. And I was quite surprised to hear about marshals. I've been to many guided tours in Ukraine and in other countries, and I've never seen marshals there before. 16 people in a group is not that many. So how did you come up with this position, and isn't it easier to do it without marshal? Initially, I had one of the tours when I only had 5 people, and I told our marshal that I will handle it myself. I lost one of the participants who was behind. I had to go back, so it was just mere hell. And 16 participants is really a lot, and sometimes we would stretch out through the entire park, but through my walkie-talkie, through the radio, I know that everything is all right, so I keep on going. And I think having a marshal is about responsibility, is about taking on responsibility for the trip. And if I'm a leader and I'm a guided tour, I cannot see what's happening behind, and I need to feel confident that things are fine, things are in order, and I can lead the group uh, safely. And as a guide, when you're concentrated on giving a tour, it's impossible to incorporate the issues of safety as well. So, since Marshall is helping out, I can focus on presenting the tour and asking one of the participants to help out is also not the right way to go, because you cannot really inflict such responsibility on people. And we started out initially with having a marshal, and sometimes only when I have become experienced, I started having trips of around 5 people without a marshal. I have one question. Is it offered on a free of charge basis or not? And if you have to pay for it, how much is it then? Well, it's an interesting question because I used to be an employee of a communal enterprise uh, in Vinica, and giving guided tours was a part of my job. So the price of excursion or the tour only included the fees that we paid to the marshal, but later we started offering additional guided tours. For instance, we were invited to do a tour for the Earth Hour, and we were offered a reward because it was possible for them. When it's for collective Vinica resident groups, the price was 100 hryvnias per ticket, and during one of such guided tours, we met a lot of passionate residents in Vinica. They were really proactive, and they were absolutely satisfied with the price. They said that it makes total sense, and it was really nice to hear. With us, it's more expensive. I would like to say that we never even start with a marshal, because the guide cannot afford to be thinking about what's happening behind. So without a marshal, I'm not going to leave the departure point. And a couple of words about Odessa. We were involved in a project where we did a project for war veterans, and they were the best group ever, extremely rewarding to work with. Sasha and I, when we first visited the cycling guided tour, we, being natives of Odessa, realized that we do not know our own city, because from a cycling angle, the city might look very different. Do we have any other questions? If you could share, please, what you charge for the trip and what you charge for the bike rental. How do you collect the fees? We have a FOP, or a single proprietor enterprise, that we use for this matter.
I know that EU Cycle organizes cycling tours in the city of Kyiv. They don't really do it on the same scale. Our purpose is to make the entire downtown cycling, and we really hope that we will be able to organize cycling tours without having to get off your bike. As far as I understand, uh, there's cycling infrastructure only in some districts. What about other neighborhoods? especially in the historic city center. I remember the tour that we had in Vinica. It was a pedestrian tour. It was really nice, but it was not possible to cycle to some of these sites and architectural monuments. Thank you, Stas. A pertinent question indeed. The history of our city is concentrated in the downtown, and during our cycling tours we still tried to design a safe cycling route. Um, it was possible only due to our marshals and also owing to the fact that architectural buildings are located close to one another. It was problematic only in those situations when we had many bikes, so we had to cycle as a tight group, and we don't really want to be a disturbance for pedestrians. It's written on the poster, cycling tourism is the key to sustainable territorial development. I tried to understand how this title can be translated into reality. And then it dawned on me that if we go to the Vinnytsia City Hall by bikes and there's no cycling infrastructure there, we will showcase to everyone that there's the demand, that it's still possible to do that even without infrastructure. That's why the Vyshinka Cherry district was selected for cycling tours, because in that neighborhood cycling infrastructure is not that bad. It's there to start with and it can be utilized, and that's what we did as part of our cycling tour. As for other districts, we have an interesting industrial route to the chemical plant. Cycling infrastructure is just being organized there. We can see that it's a time-consuming process. At the beginning of our initiative, we expected things to be quick and fast, but now we understand that we just need to keep all these ideas in mind and wait for the municipality to catch up with us. So we have this ready-made and hard and fast cycling route that can be used, and as soon as the cycling infrastructure is there, we can implement it. Of course, there are some obstacles, but they do not deter us from promoting cycling tourism, because it's all about urban development. I have a follow-up question. Have you seen more bike-friendly commercial institutions around? Because that was the case in our city. Within our network of support, we brought together the already existing bike-friendly entrepreneurs and institutions that already existed, but they didn't know one another. Like, for example, two participants of our cycling tour turned out to be restaurant owners. And once I remember that I cycled to one of these restaurants and there was no bike rack or stand, and the owner started coming up with apologies that they didn't have enough time to organize a bike stand. But there's positive change because they can see that it's convenient. I remember having to switch from a bike to the tram. You might have a sudden back pain or some other things might happen. It's not a one-off daily event. If you bicycle on a regular basis, you realize that maybe it makes sense to have a changing room or a shower room for your employees who cycle. So you can travel to work by bike and then take a shower and get down to your work duties. Office companies, co-working spaces, and some other institutions are becoming more proactive in implementing bike-friendly infrastructure and amenities. And let's give a round of applause to Nasta. She made a great presentation. Just a reminder that at 8 p.m.